we'll call this to order. Appreciate everybody being here for the June 3rd, 5 o'clock session. This is the work session. We have a very busy agenda this evening. Of course, the public hearing for the budget this evening at the 7 o'clock session, as well as another public hearing in the general public comment session. So with that, we'll roll directly into a roll call. Ms. Getz, if you would, please.
Mayor Gaylor.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews.
Present.
Councilwoman Jones. Here. Councilman Boyette.
Here.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Present.
Councilwoman Weeks.
Present.
Councilman White.
Present. All right, all present and accounted for. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Next, we'll move into an adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda or amend the agenda?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the work session agenda to add an item for discussion regarding downtown parking.
Okay. There's been a motion made to amend the agenda as presented, adding a motion or adding a piece under new business. It would be item D, if my alphabet is correct, adding for a conversation around downtown parking, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there any debate on that? All right. If so, we have an amended agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the amended agenda?
I make a motion that we approve it.
All right. Motion's been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Motion's been made and seconded to approve the agenda as amended. Do any further debate? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. We have an agenda as amended, adding an item D under new business during the work session on downtown parking. All right, thank you. We'll move directly into old business. We have a presentation on 5K for 5P. Ms. Barfield. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you guys so much for having me. I am here to talk about my 5K that I did for my son who has the 5P minus genetic condition. I would have been here before when you guys spoke about it, but I had no idea about this. So I'm so glad that I'm able to be here today. Just a little bit about his condition, just so you guys know why it's so important to me and why it's so why it makes such a big impact in his life and my life. So 5P minus is also known as cri du chat. That's a French term for cry of the cat. That's based on the way that the child's cry sounds at birth because of the larynx structure. But the reason why it's called 5P minus is because the piece of the chromosome on chromosome 5 is missing. It depends on how much of that chromosome is missing to determine how much or how greatly a child or a person is affected. Luckily, my son has a very small portion missing, but there are some people who will never walk, talk, eat. They'll be on tubes, but it's a spectrum. Usually this genetic condition happens by chance, but in some cases it is inherited, and it happens in 1 in 50,000 live births, and it's slightly more common in females. These are just some of the signs and symptoms: feeding difficulties. They said a lot of kids will still be or a lot of people will be on tubes for their whole life. Low birth weight, microcephaly, so they have small head, low muscle tone, short fingers, single palmar crease, so just a list of things there. This is my son. He was featured on the 5P minus Facebook page, but he is 2 years old and he is not yet walking. We're working on it, but if you see him in the middle picture down there, he has on his AFOs, his braces on his feet, and my dad is just helping him to walk. He's got a little gait trainer, which you can see in the other picture, but he is in PT and OT to work on those things, and I am confident that he will walk one day. Mild to severe intellectual disability comes with cri du chat. Mild to severe language disorder. Some People may never talk, but that's why speech therapy is so important. We use a lot of sign language with my son, and we're also working on getting him an AAC device, which is what you also see in that picture, just to help to give him more of a voice and ability to communicate with others. Some other things that have been difficult for me and for my husband is sleeplessness. So we have not gotten a full night's sleep since my son has been born. So that's really tough. Aggression, tantrums, repetitive movements, a lot of head banging, just just trying to figure out how to cope with all of those things is very difficult for myself and other families with children with Cri-du-Chat. These are just other medical conditions or other medical concerns with Cri-du-Chat, just depending on how much of that chromosome is affected and what's coded on that chromosome. So I just want to show a few pictures just of me and my son Anthony, who has the 5P- syndrome. So stripy socks is another thing that we do at the beginning of May. So May 5th is Cri-du-Chat Day. So one sock up, one sock down for the missing piece of the chromosome. And then that's my other son there, Everett. So as far as our 5K goes, our 5K was on May 18th, and we raised over $2,000. We had 80 participants, and I wasn't there for it, I was running, but we did have one incident due to some of the roads not being closed. There was some altercation that I was not there for. I don't know if they drove past cones or whatever, but I did think that was worth mentioning. And then these are just some pictures from the event. I know that the biggest issue was the road closures, and I'm not really sure what I can do for that in the future, but I am willing to, I don't know, shed any light on that. Or I know that there was some talk of, we were from California or something. I'm not from California. I was born and raised here. Like, my son is born and raised here. My husband was born and raised here. We're just trying to raise awareness, and this is going to be an annual event.
Mr. Barfield, thank you for coming tonight, and thank you for your advocacy. You have a beautiful family, and your run, it was successful. As you, I'm sure, were probably caught up in. We spent a few months going through some debate over what we wanted special events and road closures to look like in Goldsboro, and particularly in around downtown Goldsboro. And your event happened to fall right in the middle of some of those debates. What I want to assure you is that Goldsboro wants to be a welcoming community for folks of all walk of life, and for being able to host events like this. We may see that it needs to happen in a slightly different format or a slightly different route or a slightly different time window, whatever it is, we support it. We want you and your event to be here. We want you and your family to be here, and we want y'all to feel supported while you're here, to be able to advocate and to raise awareness for this condition. And so I appreciate you coming tonight. Obviously, I'll leave it open up for any other members of council to have questions or anything like that, but I just wanted to get that, just directly from me. We have a wonderful city. We have a beautiful downtown. We have a lot of reasons why someone would want to do an event right there. And we've got to figure out the right balance of when, where, and how. And we look forward to having your event for years to come, whether it's in the existing format or slightly different format. We're here to work with you to make sure that happens. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, any other comments or feedback? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to item 4B. It's under new business, Saving Union Station Day presentation. Ms. Metz, welcome back.
Good evening. I'm Julie Metz. As the mayor suggested, I worked for the city of Goldsboro for 25 years, but I'm here today, or this evening, representing the Saving Union Station Committee. It's a group of 4 volunteers that are working to save Union Station. And I hope by now that you have heard of Saving Union Station Day, which is tomorrow. But my purpose for this presentation is really just to invite you once again officially to come and participate in the day, and also to invite the general public. Probably the more appropriate place for me to do that would have been at the regular meeting during public comment period. But my schedule wouldn't allow it, so I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today, right now. So just want to give you, for those of you that are new to this effort or Union Station, a very, very brief history of it and the Saving Union Station Committee, and some news about the Federal Rail Administration. But these are really just teasers, just hit the highlights. I'm going to be really short. I'm going to provide a website link that you can go to for more if you want some more information about it. And of course, we'll be talking about it a lot at Union Station Day tomorrow. Union Station is one of our most significant historic landmarks that Wayne County has. It was built between 1907 and 1909, and it served passenger rail until 1968. It is on the National Register of Historic Places. It is deemed to have state significance to that National Register. It's about 12,000 square feet. And in 2000, it was privately owned from 74 to 2006, at which time the NCDOT stepped in to save it, to secure it for hopes that we would be able to develop passenger rail. They had hopes back in 1999 to connect Raleigh to Wilmington, with Goldsboro being one of the alternative routes that they were considering to be the hub for that route. In 2009, through a memorandum of understanding, the city entered into an agreement with NCDOT to accept the ownership of that property and to take responsibility for it. Unfortunately, the last grant that we were able to receive on its behalf to put work into it, to stabilize it or to move it further towards rehabilitation was in 2019, where we got some funds from the Federal Highway Administration and NCDOT to replace the upper story clay tile roof. But we didn't have enough funds to do the entire roof. So the building has not seen any investment since that time, and it has fallen into a state of disrepair. We assume, right as of now, we're working with NCDOT, who has agreed to be the contract manager for the project, that it needs about $1.5 million of immediate stabilization just to protect it so it's around for its next future use, whatever that is. So that is the primary goal of the Saving Union Station Committee, just to make sure that it is there in the next couple years until a future use is determined for it. That's it. That's our only goal. But when we started to establish back in late October, early November to determine this new mission and a more narrow focus on Union Station, at the same time the Federal Rail Administration announced $32 billion worth of the pot of funds that they received from the Federal Rail Administration to improve existing and to expand passenger rail across the nation. They asked each state to progress 2 routes of their priority to them for consideration of future studies, to study the feasibility of those routes, because their wish was to create a pipeline for future funding. So if you got through the studies and they deemed them to be feasible and something that met their mission and goals, they would put them in their budgets like a capital improvement project for future funding as funds came available. Luckily for us, NCDOT forwarded our southeastern North Carolina passenger rail route connecting Raleigh to Wilmington, and they also progressed a western route connecting Raleigh to Asheville through Salisbury. And so we have, since then, last month I believe it was, the first phase of that process through the Federal Rail Administration. They did a draft study of the Southeastern Passenger Railroad route connecting Raleigh to Wilmington, and they examined both Goldsboro and Fayetteville. And if you remember, back in 1999, we were in competition with Fayetteville again in 2005. But this draft study has come ahead saying that Goldsboro is the preferred route. Because of timing, it's a much shorter distance, and from a timing perspective from the passengers, it's cheaper, and there are all kinds of other considerations that they favored the Goldsboro route. So I just say that all to say we're not out of the woods yet. This is a huge competition. Even if the Federal Rail Administration deems this feasible in the end after all these studies, you got to remember that there's 50-some states that have progressed to 2 routes to move forward. And so let's just say that even half of them get to the final phase where they're going to consider future funding. It's going to be a competition of political significance to get them done sooner and faster in their communities. And so the Saving Union Station Committee has made it a second priority to help raise funds to do the stabilization work. One, to stabilize the building, but two, we think that this is an important story, this public-private partnership between the city, the county, and Saving Union Station Committee to raise the additional funds to stabilize the building. And we think that this story will set us apart. Well, it'll demonstrate our commitment and our passion towards this project and the development of passenger rail and improve the freight rail along the way. So we hope that this will set us apart from all the other routes being considered and maybe give us preference and maybe expedite our project moving forward. So that's it in a nutshell from November to now about what we're doing and the importance of it. So just to give you a little bit of an idea of what you can expect if you come tomorrow, the entire event is from 4 to 8:15 down at Union Station, which is located at 101 North Carolina Street. We'll have food trucks there all day. Brenda Bear, our local famous artist, will be doing a live plein air painting, and we'll be auctioning off at the end of the night. All the funds will go towards Saving Union Station and the stabilization construction. We'll have kids' train rides and a pictorial history slideshow of Union Station will be going on continuous loop in the lobby of Union Station. So you can go into Union Station and watch that historic slideshow at your convenience. Union Station has not been open to the public in 15 years, and it's always surprising to me how many people in Goldsboro don't even know it exists or where it is or have never been in it. It is, like I said, one of our most significant historic landmarks, and it's just and the interior architectural details are very impressive. So 4:30 to 5, we're going to have a historian-led tour of Union Station. You can wait out front of the front doors of Union Station, and your guide will be there to meet you at 4:30 and walk you through the station and point out some of the historic architectural details as well as the history of the building. And then at 5, we're going to have a parade, a motorcycle parade, and a local Boy Scout troop leaving from the Center Street Fountain, going down Walnut Street to Union Station, commencing with a flag-raising ceremony by the Boy Scouts at 5:15 p.m. And then from 5:30 to 7, the Eastern Carolina Rail Organization is going to have a meeting and presentation in a large tent that's going to be sitting in front of City Hall. We're going to have opening remarks from our House Majority Leader, John Bell, some background information given by Judge Charlie Gaylor, John Peacock, and Craig Newton about the old Railroad Task Force from back in 1999 and Union Station itself. And then we'll have presentations by NCDOT. They're going to be given a presentation that they have not given before, and they will not give us a copy of it, so this is going to be news and an announcement from them. And then Eastern Carolina Rail is going to talk a little bit about their more regional, broad advocacy efforts for this rail route. We're going to allow questions from the audience to Jason Myers with NCDOT and have a couple official statements from some of our state representatives, and then closing comments, of course, from Chairman Chris Gurley and Mayor Gaylor. And then we're going to talk a little bit about Saving Union Station announcements and how we're raising funds and what those funds will go towards Union Station. Another tour scheduled from 7 to 7:30 p.m. and then the painting auction at 7:45 p.m. So that's it in a nutshell. And if you want to know more about Union Station, the Federal Rail Administration, the Eastern Carolina Rail Coalition, or our Saving Union Station committee, or our efforts, you can scan that QR code and it'll take you to a website with all that information. And you can also get a copy of the draft Southeastern North Carolina passenger rail feasibility study from NCDOT and the FRA on that site as well. Any questions for me?
Council, any comments or questions? Councilman?
I'd just like to make a couple of comments. I can't believe it's been almost 20 years since I was asked by Mr. David Quick to start coming to the Railroad Task Force meetings.
That's when we met, you and I.
It's been a long time, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to publicly say, I've never had the opportunity to say in this format, thank you for everything that you've come back and you're doing for us now. But thank you for everything that you did for this city and for downtown and the DGDC specifically, because I was there in the room when a lot of those tough conversations happened and when the vote didn't almost happen for streetscape and when Allison rolled out the the vision, and I was around when there was a lot of pushback, and your vision and your ability to stay on task and keep the ball moving got us where we're at today. And I know there was a lot of people responsible for that, but I've just never had an opportunity to publicly say thank you for everything that you did for all of these causes during your time here, and thank you for coming back and continuing to be a champion for us.
Well, I appreciate it. As you know, it was a team effort, but my heart's still here, and this is a project that's near and dear to me, and I really want to see it done. So.
But downtown would absolutely not be what it is today if it wasn't specifically for you. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart, and I know I'm not the only one that feels that way. So.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Council, any other comments, questions? All right. I do wish DOT would tell us, as someone who's going to be on the hook for closing comments, I need to know, do I prepare my fellow Goldsboroians, with deep regret, or is it with a celebration, or is but we'll wing it and do the
I think
best
it's
we
going to be
can.
positive. I don't think it's going to be anything, officially conclusive, but I do think we're moving in a positive direction.
Well, I appreciate the amount of energy that we've been able to pull together. Yeah, you never know how things are going to work out. The first date was planned. It rained. It ended up not really raining, but it sure as heck looked like it was going to rain, and so a wise decision was made to have discretion allows to move the event. And now you end up having it 2 days after 2 sitting congressmen come to town and take a look at it and publicly pledge their support for the project. So you never know how things are going to work out or what path's going to get you home, but I do appreciate the private sector. These are private citizens bringing together private dollars, by the way. This is grassroots effort, and I appreciate it.
Well, I just think it might be interesting for you all to hear after the WRAL story aired. I don't know what day it was, just a couple days ago. We got a donation in the amount of $1,000 from somebody that's not from here, from Wake Forest, just because they like the project. And so it's getting out there, and so we're gaining support. So thank you for yours.
Thank you for your time. All right, we will move to new business item C, a choice neighborhood update. And Matt, if you would lead us off with this. Obviously, we have Mr. Anthony Goodson, the director of the Housing Authority. What's your actual executive director or president? CEO, the chief executive officer of the Housing Authority here with us. Thank you for being here as well. And Matt, I'll let you lead us on this.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Tonight we'll have an update on the West Oak Choice Neighborhood Plan. And it's a critical time right now. That's why I asked them to be here. Appreciate them being here because they're in the middle of a lot of the main elements of the plan. And we're also talking about the Early Action Initiative, which you know is a pocket park. And just need to kind of understand where they're at with the major elements of the plan. And so I've asked Mr. Bill James here to kind of go over it, and any questions you can ask Mr. James or Mr. Goodson. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Mr. James, thank you for joining us, sir.
You're very welcome. Glad to be a part of your meeting. So everyone can hear me, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so I am assuming that someone there is going to run the PowerPoint presentation that I have.
Ms. Getz, I just want to confirm, we've not received a PowerPoint presentation.
It should be on the main one if you submit.
All right, give us just a second.
We'll get you there, Bill. Hang
Yep.
tight.
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
But don't scare me. Okay.
So yes, now we'll have to choose, we'll put Bill in the corner. There you go. Metaphorically speaking, actually literally speaking this time.
If you want, you
Yes.
can do it.
And then Ms. Getz, if you'll drive the presentation, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, here to give you an update on the Choice Neighborhood Plan. So it's a 2-year effort, and we're about 3/4 of the way through, and we're getting into the formative stages of this. And so we definitely want the council here to be informed and to provide input on this. So these are the items of agenda that I'm going to talk about. So let's go to the next slide. I think this Choice Neighborhood Plan is crucial to the future growth and development of Goldsboro. As we all saw during our visioning session, the kind of neighborhood, the kind of place where people want to live the most currently doesn't exist in Goldsboro. That this part of Goldsboro, central Goldsboro, the area we call the West Oak neighborhood, has the building blocks to become that kind of neighborhood of choice. I won't go through all the vision, but I think there'll be a lot of folks looking for new housing, a new place to live. The Raleigh-Durham area is expanding. It's becoming more expensive to live there. There will be people looking for satellite communities to move to, and I think in order for Goldsboro to maximize its growth potential, it will be necessary to transform Central Goldsboro into this kind of modern 21st century community. There's a lot of potential for Goldsboro to do this, and the choice plan is all about transforming this neighborhood. So I think it is key to the community's future, and we think we're on the right track for creating transformation. So if we go to the next slide, I want to talk a little bit about transformation. So every choice neighborhood community that gets a grant is a neighborhood that needs transformation. And what does that mean? So if we look at the dictionary definition, it means a thorough or dramatic change in the form or appearance of something. Could also be a dramatic change in the function of something. And I think Central Goldsboro definitely fits that description. When I first saw it, I asked people in the community, has there been any new building, market rate building that's been built in the last 50 years? And people said, no, not that I can think of. There's been widespread disinvestment that probably has gone on for over 50 years. And so there is a need for thorough and dramatic change of this area. In order to facilitate that, we need bold thinking. We need very dramatic proposals for change. We need to obviously find ways to facilitate this high level of change, and that's what we're trying to do in the plan. But we do need bold proposals, and I think you'll find those proposals in this update that we're going to give you. Next slide. So unlike most choice neighborhoods that are funded around the country, the West Oak neighborhood has an area of significant strength. It's the downtown Goldsboro. However, outside the core area of the downtown, there's a lot of distress. You see some of the slides of that distress around. I think all of you are familiar with this. So one strategy that is being proposed is to build off of the strength of the downtown, but we can't limit our improvements to just the area around the downtown. We have to go beyond that. And so that's what you'll see in this update. And if you look on the project website, you can find a lot more detail on what is being proposed. Next slide. So I want to outline some of the main goals of the people, neighborhood, and housing plans. So the Choice Neighborhood Transformation Plan is comprised of 3 plans within a bigger plan: a plan for people, help to make people successful, a plan for neighborhood, create the amenities and attractions that will make it a neighborhood of choice, and a plan for housing to create quality housing, the kind of housing that people want and will draw people to the neighborhood. So here are some of the major goals of these 3 plans. For people, to foster upward economic mobility among the residents of the neighborhood. This is a high poverty neighborhood. We need to change that. We need to make it more like Goldsboro as a whole in terms of its income distribution. We need to make it more like North Carolina as a state in terms of its income distribution, and to deconcentrate poverty. So that's a key goal. Increase income specifically among West Haven residents. So there's a priority for improving outcomes for West Haven residents, which is the target housing site. Improve academic proficiency for students at West Haven, increase employment, improve health outcomes for West Haven residents. About 50% of them said that health is preventing them from either holding a job or receiving job training, and so that's an important component. And facilitate more West Haven residents to become successful, and when they are successful, they will leave public housing for better housing and better communities, and free up that space for other people who need it. In the neighborhood plan, we want to upgrade neighborhood amenities to create facilities and attractions that people want. We'll bring them to the neighborhood, bring people to live in the neighborhood, attracting businesses to the neighborhood. We want to foster this neighborhood reinvestment, create this mixed income community that we talked about, and specifically attract more stores and shops that all the residents say they need in the neighborhood. And finally, for the housing plan, to provide quality housing for West Haven residents, give West Haven residents a choice in new housing, a choice of what part of the neighborhood to live in, a choice whether to live in the neighborhood, live outside the neighborhood, a choice of housing type, amenities. So we want to create mixed income housing that specifically includes new market rate housing. So we have to attract market rate residents to create a mixed income community and deconcentrate poverty. And lastly, to redevelop the West Haven target housing site. So those are the things we're trying to accomplish with the plan. Next slide. A key strategy for the plan is to activate Ash Street. So Ash Street is really kind of the main street of the neighborhood. About half of the neighborhood is north of Ash Street, half is south of Ash Street. Currently Ash Street looks like it's disinvested. It doesn't look like the main street of a thriving neighborhood that people would want to move to or open a business in. And so we really want to draw investment, draw improvement to Ash Street. We know that it's been the topic of a transportation corridor plan, and we're actually leveraging a lot of those recommendations in this strategy. So you can see if we can make Ash Street an attractive, vibrant main street, we will then induce additional investment to occur north and south of Ash Street. Next slide. From the beginning, we have proposed what we call the state-of-the-art park for the neighborhood, something that doesn't exist in Goldsboro, probably doesn't exist within a 30-mile or 50-mile radius of Goldsboro. So, attractive parks these days have amenities and activities for people of all ages. They're visually very attractive, not a Little League baseball diamond and skate park. So these are very major attractions that will bring a lot of people to Goldsboro. Next slide. I compare it to Goldsboro's version of Chicago's Millennium Park. So Millennium Park is located on Michigan Avenue, kind of the most prominent street in the whole city, probably the most expensive real estate in the whole city, and there are these wide range of activities and attractions that people flock to, things that are really synonymous with the city of Chicago as a whole. Lower right, you see this sculpture called the Bean, and people from all over come to visit so that they can see their kind of distorted reflection in the bean, and it's a fun thing. The Geary amphitheater you see in the upper right, lower left, you kind of see the setting from Millennium Park, and you see the kind of people that it attracts. Very creative, very inventive kinds of activities for people to do, and that's the kind of thing we are proposing for the state-of-the-art park. It would be scaled to Goldsboro, culturally in alignment with Goldsboro, and so that's what we're proposing for the state-of-the-art park that we're proposing to be located on Ash Street. Next slide. We're also proposing a high-performing, attractive new school. So over the course of the next 20 years, we project that we will need somewhere in the range of 2,000 new dwelling units to repopulate central Goldsboro, to fill in vacant lots, to build upon some of the vacant, underutilized property that exists there, and people who are going to buy these new homes or rent these new apartments will want to have a quality school for their child to go to. We think it should look like a quality school. It should look like the best school in the community. That is one of our key proposals for this plan. Next slide. We are also proposing economic development tools to help fund the investments in this neighborhood. So one of these tools would be a project development district. So it is North Carolina's version of what's called tax increment financing, where a district is established in a geography that meets eligibility requirements in North Carolina State Act for project development districts. And as of the date of the establishment of the district, new investments, new property investments, the difference between the property tax revenue of the base year and all future years, that increment of new revenue would be collected and used for capital improvements within the district. And so it's based on the amount of revenue generated, based on the amount of new investment that would be attracted. And so we've tried to quantify this with some things that we project to happen. So within the housing plan component, we are looking at about 771 new units. We have to replace all of the West Haven public housing units, which would have essentially no assessed value, that they would be unassessed because it's public property. But we have somewhere in the range of 419 market rate units. And if we look at a unit value of $150 a square foot and 1,500 square feet per unit for these 419 new housing units, we would achieve an annual revenue of about $1.4 million. That again would be used to pay for capital costs like the new park, like the new school, like all the infrastructure, the streets, the new sidewalks that are needed, all of those kinds of things. If we look at another component of investment that we're projecting, the retail use, that would be part of the West Haven mixed use development, retail with apartments above. We project about $175,000 of annual revenue if you were to establish this project development district, just from that component alone. And then if we project long-term another 1,600 units of market rate housing, that would generate about $3.5 million. Matthew informed me that there would be a new dollar store developed in the neighborhood, in the north part of the neighborhood, and something like a $15 million investment. I projected that there would be about $220,000 of annual revenue generated from that project alone if you were to establish a project development district. So this is really a key financial tool that I think can't really be replicated with any other kind of mechanism, and really would be something that I think Goldsboro would be foolish not to adopt. So that's something I hope you give serious consideration to, and something that could be implemented relatively quickly, because you want to capture all the new investment that you can. So that's an economic development recommendation that we have. Next slide. For the target housing site itself, we mentioned this mixed-use development where we have ground floor retail with apartments above. And on the right-hand side, you see this precedent image of what our housing plan committee people thought would be a representative image of what we'd like to see there. So we have quality retail that you can see, very exciting. We have some open plaza space for special activities and things like that, and apartments above. So that would be a program for, and would fit within the southwestern portion of the West Haven site that you see here on the left-hand side of your screen. Next slide. We have a series of projects to both replace the housing that would be redeveloped at West Haven, and then to add the market rate housing to create the mixed income community that is really essential for a neighborhood of choice. I guess there's some distortion of some of the font here, but this shows that we're going to be placing new mixed income housing in various parts of the neighborhood. So everything will be mixed income. There'll be no concentration of affordable or public housing. That all housing will look like it's market rate. There'll be no housing that you can point to and say, oh, that's low-income housing or that's public housing, because everything will look like it's made to the same standard. Next slide. We are working with the city as a member of our project team. This building that you see outlined here in red, that is a property that the Housing Authority owns. We had contemplated expanding the site through the acquisition of additional properties to the west and doing a mixed-use development here with 40 residential units and new offices for the Housing Authority and a key new attraction, which would be an African-American Arts Museum. So we have folks on our neighborhood project team who have expertise in opening new museums and art museums, and they believe that this is a feasible project, and they would like to be on this site as well. So after discussing things with the city and downtown Goldsboro, we decided to kind of scale this back and just do a redevelopment of that building itself. It's in bad condition. We think knocking it down and starting over is the best approach. So this will be a new facility that will house the African-American Arts Museum and new offices for the Housing Authority. Next slide. We have a number of proposals for the people plan. I won't go over all of these in detail because I don't want to go over my time limit here, but we want to do all the things we said we would want to do in terms of our goals: increase incomes, increase academic proficiency among students, increase health, and increase people to move where they want to move and to live the kind of lives that they want to live. Next slide. We are opening a new West Haven Youth Educational Center and Recreation Center at West Haven in cooperation with the Boys and Girls Club. That's going to open, I believe, within the next week or two. That's a fantastic new development there at West Haven. Next slide. We want to improve health conditions at West Haven. We have a specific agenda for doing this, and here are the outcomes that we hope to achieve with that new health initiative. Next slide. And then in terms of a neighborhood plan, we have a plan for land use that we want to talk about with city staff and hopefully achieve some consensus, because the city is going to be preparing a new citywide land use plan, I believe, next year, and we'd like to make sure that we're on the same page with what the city thinks in terms of land use and how this connects with the rest of the community. So that's something that we have in the plan. Next slide. We want to create multimodal transportation to support a distinctive lifestyle for the neighborhood. So this is already a more walkable neighborhood than other parts of Goldsboro, but that can be improved still further. We want it to be walkable, we want it to be bikeable, we want to have transit, and so people will be less reliant on cars, and it will actually have a choice in how to get around, and we think that that will provide a different kind of lifestyle than is available elsewhere in the community. Next slide. We want to make West Oak a safe neighborhood. In all of our interactions with people have told us that safety is the #1 issue. And so we want to institute initiatives that will improve safety in the neighborhood, make it safe, and make it recognized as a safe neighborhood within Goldsboro. We have a number of specific initiatives that I can't go over in detail due to time, but we think it'll be very effective, and we invite you to look at the emerging transformation plan once it's released in the next month or so. Next slide. So that is our update, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you have relative to what you've seen here.
All right, council, what questions what questions and feedback do we have?
I do
Councilman
have a
White?
question. So I did see in reference to a new school proposal, have we already been engaged in conversations with our local school board? And there are, and what's the direction are they moving in right now? I mean, it's
Yes, so we have
being receptive.
We have talked with Wayne County Schools, and I don't believe Wayne County Schools is necessarily supportive of this particular recommendation, and they have to consider the whole district, I mean, which is the whole county. They have probably more classroom space than they need for the student body that they have. However, it's our opinion and the opinion of a project team that without a quality new school in this neighborhood, we won't attract the new housing, the new residents, the new businesses that we really need to transform the neighborhood. So while there may be an abundance of classroom space on the periphery of this area, we think that we do need a new school in this neighborhood, and for that reason, it would probably be a charter school.
So Bill, I thought you were going to go over the early action initiative.
Yeah, you know what, Matt, I learned that you wanted me to talk about that after I sent you this presentation. I did do another one that I sent right before the meeting, but I understand if you can't change the material to include those couple slides. So I do want to talk about the early action project. So we've spent, since the start of the project, we've been talking about Goldsboro's proposal for an early action project. We looked at probably a dozen different types of projects, and for various reasons, we have settled on the proposal for what's called a pocket park. So it's a small neighborhood open space that's passive in nature. It's really intended to be a gathering place, a place where people can walk their dog and meet neighbors and talk. There may be a place to maybe, do some outdoor grilling and have a small family gathering. It could have some tot lot features for kids and so forth. The actual design of this will be something that is worked out with a design consultant to be determined with the input of the city and the housing authority. The site of this pocket park is on the southeast corner of George Street and Mulberry Street. This is a parcel that's currently owned by Downtown Goldsboro Development Corporation. They have been part of the discussions from the beginning, and they have offered this site as the property to build the pocket park on. We think it's a very good location due to its high visibility. We can take a currently vacant and unsightly piece of property and transform it into a very attractive open space with some nice small-scale amenities for people to enjoy. We think it would help support investments in new residential in this immediate area, new residential development. We think it could also be kind of the first project linked to the Arts District. We propose to have $20,000 of the project budget allocated for new public art within the pocket park.
Well, and I got a question about the parking part, because at first we had the location incorrectly, but now when you say that it's going to be on George and Mulberry, I wanted to ask somebody who actually owned that, and have we done the title search, simply because I'm getting mixed communication that area belongs to Dreamweaver. Yes,
But I think as to the ownership of the property, I think either Matt or Aaron,
Okay, is it the location in front of, and I hate to call the person's name, but I'm gonna have to make sure that I've got the location right, because at first we had the location incorrectly. But it's on the corner of George and Mulberry, which is in front of Miss Judith McMillan home. Is that?
I don't know without seeing it on a map. I just know it's on that corner of George and Mulberry. It's, if you are on Mulberry Street at the intersection of James, on your left-hand side, there's an old service station and a parking lot behind that, and this parcel is behind that parking lot. So that's the best way I can kind of landmark it for you. But the DGDC acquired it by donation last June, I would say. Greg handled the transaction with an attorney, and there was a title search done at the time of conveyance.
Okay, we just, yeah, I just want to make sure that is where it is, and we have talked with the people, you know, because whenever you're talking about, and I shared this, you know, when you're talking about doing a park at park, you know, and it's in front of somebody's house or right in a resident area, I would, you know, have some concerns. I know I don't know if I would like one there, and so we'd kind of talk. That's right there. That's not going to help me. I'm going to have to go. A visual person, and where I was taken, you know, the place that I was taken to, it wasn't. So that's the question that I had. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anthony, as always, feel comfortable, grab the mic if you and Bill need to have dialogue, so please feel free.
It's right across from the yellow house.
This is right here, yeah. This is.
I would just mention,
If you would go
And that
ahead.
was still the wrong location that I was shown too. It was still, but, okay, all right.
I was going to mention that HUD has given us conceptual approval of this pending some details like completion of environmental review and a couple other small things. So this does meet HUD guidelines requirements for an early action project. HUD is going to contribute $100,000 to the construction of the Pocket Park, and the Housing Authority and the city will also make contributions to the construction of the Pocket Park. So about 2/3 of the funding will come from HUD and 1/3 will come from local sources.
Do we have an estimate of what that would be?
We do. Let me turn to that 1 minute here.
The city had committed $55,000 in match.
Okay, on the
Yeah.
front end.
So overall,
Yes, that's
it's
correct.
in the range of about
Go
$190,000.
ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what he said.
Bill, do you
I
mind
said
repeating
the
yourself?
total budget is in the range of $190,000. And that does not include any cost for the land, which would be contributed free by downtown Goldsboro and the city of Goldsboro.
So just so the council will understand, when we entered into a grant agreement with HUD and with City of Goldsboro Housing Authority, part of this contingency was that they would do an early action initiative and that we would commit at that $50,000 plus or minus dollars to that early action project. So that's why, that's where that came from. It wasn't anything that was recently agreed to.
Could not have picked a better moment for that, right? Council, any other comments, questions? This is obviously a big subject, and it's a big conversation of what pieces of the plan the council would be interested in supporting and what pieces are things that are going to have to be negotiated and explored and figured out. Where are we on when the council would be able to provide feedback, what pieces of the plan the council would be able to be in support of, And when would there be another action by council?
Well, essentially, they're, looking for something as soon as possible because I think on this early action initiative, they're pretty much behind on the project. But I think also that HUD's given us a little bit extra time because we've had some turnover in the planning department and we wanted to make sure that everybody was on the same page.
Okay. So our action, if we have one today, is what? Other than finally getting a presentation, hearing from Bill as a new council, kind of getting a feel for what the plan is currently shaping out to be. So what if anything, is an action item for today?
There wasn't an action item, although we would like to see some head shaking saying, hey, we're excited about this location and about the idea of a pocket park. Or is it something that, because we've been sharing this information, or is it something that's not something that you'd like to see in the future? So I think there does need to be some kind of general understanding that this is the way we want to go going forward.
I have a question.
Please, Bridget.
So this particular part that you're talking about now is something different from what I've been hearing about a project to honor Black business in that area? This is
No,
two different things?
this is, okay, that's the
different
James
project.
Street, that's the James Street project.
Okay,
This project is, oh, I'm sorry.
but that's gonna be a part two, right? Is that,
That's a separate initiative that DGDC and with Downtown Development was working on in a different location that's not part of the Choice Neighborhoods area. It's on the other side of Center Street, so it'd be the
Well,
west side.
this part that we're talking about today, in the very beginning, it was confusing because they were saying that it was on James Street. Aaron, when we'd gone over and, it was on James Street, but that was wrong. This pocket part that they're talking about now is, it is on Mulberry and James, and there are people, on Mulberry, there are 6 houses. If the park is right here, this is Mulberry, there are 6 or 7 houses down that way. And I would really like for us to talk with those people about the park. Just like, I know if there was something going to be built in my area and it was going to be a park, parks are nice, and it would really be beautiful. And I have been at the table some of the time, most of the time, and I've been very supportive in working with Choice Neighborhoods and trying to come up with good ideas. I want to support whatever is good and best in my district. But I also want us to think about, even though the park is going to be beautiful and it's going to be nice, I also want us to talk to the residents of where that park is going to affect them. Because it's going to be a beautiful park, and it's going to draw people to this park. So I would like for us to also, put it out there to the people. Did that make sense?
I have a question.
Just one second, then I will, Councilman Weeks. Bill, since would it be possible for you to share your screen, just go on Google Maps and show the exact location, just to clarify this? I think it'd be easiest on your end if you could just do
Yeah,
Google Maps.
I know where it is now, I saw it,
Okay.
so I'm not confused.
You're
I know
not,
exactly where
okay,
it
yeah, but I want to make sure the rest of the council knows exactly what we're talking about. On the corner of George Street and Mulberry, right?
That's
Right.
correct.
Okay, there's
It's
two
right in
lot-
front of it's right in front of that yellow house.
in front of the yellow house on
Uh-huh.
this. Yeah. Bill, if you have any ability, without sharing your whole screen, obviously, I don't want to give away any of your
Oh,
notes or
well,
anything.
I'm not going to be showing anything confidential. I just have to get to our server and get to the file here.
Okay. While Bill is doing that, council, is there any other knee-jerk feedback
Yes, I had a question.
Thank you, Ms. Weeks.
I wanted to know who the $55,000 agreement was put into place with.
So that was, as we signed onto the agreement, and Anthony maybe could speak to that more, but that's part of the Choice Neighborhoods requirements, that they require local participation in their projects. And so it was between the city, the Housing Authority, and HUD.
So that's a $55,000 agreement, and then whose responsibility or role was it to upkeep that park? With the restrooms, all of the maintenance, whose responsibility was that?
That's one of the
There won't
reasons
be
why
any
we're having this
restrooms.
We
discussion.
haven't got there yet.
There won't be any restrooms.
Okay, there won't be any restrooms.
It's a pocket park.
Okay.
Do we have and Bill may help as well, do you have any conceptual drawings for the pocket park?
I believe I do.
If anybody has Google, if they can just Google pocket park, you can see what a pocket, they're
Yeah.
pretty all the same. There's Sliver, Fun Park, it's less maintenance, not really a lot of maintenance to it. To answer your question, last council put the $55,000 in place. And then we've matched a whole lot.
Last council took action to do the initial grant phase.
That's right.
Which was to do this initial piece, as well as endeavor to see how we could work together as a team, and if we'd be able to pull together a plan to be able to submit the larger grant application. So it was an act of previous council that agreed to the kind of a phase one, if you will.
And this information, this placing has been shared for at least 30 to 60 days or more. So I'm not sure why council has not received it. But
I've sent it out, Anthony, to them.
Yeah, and so I know you are CC'd on it a few times, Ms. Jones.
Yes, and that's why I was asking the questions. I asked the questions because we got the location confused. And then when I was at a meeting at West Haven, I was taken to the site. And the site that I was taken to on Mulberry was not the correct site.
Okay.
The correct site was shared here today. The site that I was taken to was on the other side. And when I looked up who owned that property, it was a person owned that property. And so I hadn't had time to get back to talk to anybody, because I said, well, it can't be that site because someone owns it, the city does not. So that's why I asked the question today. I didn't realize the parking part was going to come up today. And so that's why I asked that question about it. So this person still owns this property. It was on the other side. So that's why that confusion came in.
Perfect. And I appreciate the question to clarify, just to make sure that that's abundantly clear in the minutes as well. So thank you.
And I would just like to talk about the time aspect of the project. So we actually, like I said, have been working on this for quite some time, and we need to actually expend the funds, the grant funds, by the end of the year. So actually by December 23rd of this year. So it is important to move efficiently forward to implement the early action project. So I want to make sure that people understand that. So if I'm allowed to share my screen.
We have it up already.
Go right ahead, Bill.
Okay, so I'd like to zoom in on this, but this is not a plan per se, but it's a precedent image of what a pocket park would probably look like. Okay, visually attractive, walking paths, landscaping, garden spaces, gazebos, benches. There can be other facilities to engage with residents. A good place to, walk your dog or that kind of thing. You could have, like I said, a grill for some outdoor cooking. It really depends on what the community would like to see. And there will be community engagement around the design of the park, so that would be part of the designer's scope of work in designing the park, is to get community input. So, yeah, hopefully this this image conveys the kind of thing we're talking about. And this is the site of the park here, Mulberry and George Street. So it is the southeast corner of Mulberry and George Street.
And Bill, once complete, would that park then become just part of the Goldsboro Parks and Recreation portfolio?
That's what was proposed, yes.
Perfect. All right.
So then it would become our responsibility for the upkeep, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Because I'm trying to take in consideration, Anthony, the population, our homeless population, everything. That's why I'm asking all these questions as far as upkeep, that kind of thing. I want to go back to what Councilwoman Hiawatha Jones said. Have the individuals, the neighbors that actually live in that area, the residential neighbors, been advised about the project? Have they been communicated to as far as the possibility of this pocket park going there amidst their homes?
So we really haven't got there yet. One of the things that was the goal of today was to bring this to the city council's attention so you could look at it and say, we think this is a good idea, or we think it's a bad idea. And what stipulations would you like to see be put into effect if we go forward with this project? I think it's a good project. I think it will help revitalize the area. I think we certainly would, not we, but the consultant, meaning the landscape architect, would be the one that will work with the community with the designs, the type of art that gets put in there and those kind of things.
I like the idea of a pocket park. What I would like to see is us, and I've shared that. I've shared that with Matt. I've shared it with James, and Anthony knows that I like the idea. What I'd want to see is, like I said before, I think before we move or even act on this, that we talk to the residents that it's going to affect. Because, and I use this as I don't want somebody to come in my house and make a cake and invite somebody to eat it, and I don't even know you're in there. And so we're building a park, even though it's a city, but we're building a park right there in front of people or adjacent from other people. And there are 5 people that live on Mulberry Street over there on the side. And then there's one house that's still being remodeled, and there's one person that lives right there on Mulberry, and then there's a yellow house which is vacant. But nevertheless, there's still people there, and I think that we need to talk to them. But I love the idea of a park and park. It's beautiful. So for me, I would like for us to reach out to those residents and talk to them.
Councilman Boyette, and then, all right, Councilman Boyette.
If there's a way that we can get some public input from the neighbors, maybe scheduling a information session or even a public hearing if need be, I'm certainly in favor of that, to get input from the folks that are going to be impacted. I know that we're only talking conceptual situation at this point, but being that this is a pocket park and geared towards pedestrians and so forth, am I correct in assuming that there would not be vehicle parking places or things of that nature associated with this particular design? Because the reason I ask that is that would be a concern if there's somewhere for people to pull up and park vehicles, and then, somebody's blasting music or whatever and disturbing the neighbors because they're remaining parked in vehicles there. That's different than a pedestrian-only oriented layout. So that's why I asked that question. Is there going to be parking associated, vehicle parking, or is it going to be primarily just for pedestrians of the area?
No vehicle parking, it's purely pedestrian.
I didn't hear his answer.
It's no parking, it's
Okay.
just pedestrians. It's a
Okay.
pocket park.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that that was the case. That's all, Mayor.
Okay. So, council, I actually do have one more question, and Matt, this is more directed at you. Has Parks and Rec been engaged in this?
They're
yet?
aware of this,
Right.
because we haven't really got to the design
Right.
portion of it. It's not like a really, other than we have to mow the grass every now and then, it's
Right.
not like an active recreation area.
As long as, I support the development, as long as, one, we do some kind of information session, for the neighborhood, not like Parks and Rec, to be able to have a voice in the design, even if it's just allocating, are we looking at 60-inch mowers or 48-inch mowers? I just don't want something that ends up being a logistical nightmare that is easily avoidable in design review. Again, large scale in the plan, I think there are things that council, will likely support. I think there are things that council likely will not support. Isolation into this park and doing this stage of this, the $55,000, is that already part of the existing budget, or would we need to add that to the budget that is being proposed?
It's, we were intending to use community development block grant funds.
Okay.
And we're investigating the feasibility of that right now. There may be some issues with that, and I'm finding out, because it's, technically, it's not by HUD standards, not in a low, moderate income. I found that out today. But there may be some workarounds on that.
Okay.
So-
So at the time that council voted last year, there was not a line item adjustment at that point? All right. Catherine, for the record, Catherine's shaking her head, confirming my suspicions. So with that, as we are in the middle of the budget process, we'll have to have a conversation about the $55,000, allocation. All right. So with that, I think we have to have a larger conversation about the finances of this and putting the money in place to do it. Money aside, is council generally speaking in favor of getting input from the public and looking at a design? Or is council in general saying now is not the time? Where we do kind of need to give a little bit of guidance from what I'm being told.
Time is of the essence.
Right.
So we got to spend this money. We got $100,000 just sitting there and hold. And, I think part of the problem is we're feeding information, and it's maybe getting to you guys, 60 or 90 days late. And so
I don't agree with that, Anthony. They know about this. The issue has been going back and forth on deciding what an early action plan would be, and it's taken
So-
6 months to arrive at this one.
Yeah, so we have a timeline, and we can show where documents have been sent. So we kind of need this process moved as quickly as possible, because, what we're hearing on our end is we're taking it to council, and council's going to give a nod, yay or nay today, so we can move forward.
And see, I
And
wasn't
so
aware that we
that
were
is
gonna-
not, excuse me?
I said I wasn't aware that we were going to vote on this today.
I'm just telling you what we're hearing on our end. And so
Yeah, I'm
we
just
are.
being honest. I wasn't aware that we were going to vote on this
Yeah,
today.
and again, I'm just telling you what I'm hearing on my end. And so we've already asked for an extension because of changes in city staff. And so the housing authority is ready to execute and move forward. We have our funding set aside. And
When would that $55,000 have to be committed, Anthony?
I'm sorry.
The $55,000, I know the rain's coming down. When would that commitment have to be made?
So as soon as we start the project, we have about 3 to 6 months to spend this money.
So it
And
would be in this fiscal year.
But wait a minute, we have to spend it by December 23rd of 2024.
It'll be
Yeah,
next
that's what I
fiscal
said,
year.
that's what I said, Bill.
It's next fiscal year.
Right, in the one that we're working on
Upcoming.
budget for. Yeah, the upcoming fiscal year.
Yeah, and so, yeah.
Yeah.
And so this, like I said, this money was committed initially through your CDBG funding.
President Matthews, you had a question?
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a council-based question. Is the deal breaker at this point for him to get a head nod? Because I think that's what they're asking for. I don't know if we're going to take a formal vote. Is the deal breaker the fact that the surrounding areas haven't been engaged? Or is the deal breaker now the 55? And I think it's important that we figure out what the issue is so that we can figure out the way forward now so that we can say, okay, we're with it, or no, we're not with it.
Because,
Well-
I mean, there's a lot of things that take time, you know, you got environmental review that has approval, you got to go out and seek, you know, RFQs, RFPs for different portions of this park, so you don't want to be tardy at turning this into HUD, you know?
So, Mr. Goodson, if for some reason the council says, no, I don't want to move forward with the park, does that hamper the whole project?
We might as well move on from choice neighborhoods.
I would really like to hear what the residents and the neighbors say. My opinion.
Ms. Jones and then Councilman Boyette.
Well, first, I want to talk about, even though I didn't vote for the 55, I was on the council, 55,000, and it was voted for, so that shouldn't be a problem, is my understanding. That shouldn't be a problem. The problem is the Parkett Park, and I like everything, I like Parkett Park. Can we talk about not necessarily the location? Do we have to say that that has to be the location? Can we say that, okay, we agree with what's going on, we enjoy everything, we like what's happening, we like your plans, we like your strategic plans and everything, but we need to look at the location of the Parkett Park?
Well-
Is that Parkett Park, is that
This-
Parkett
this-
Park the driver of every,
This-
it shouldn't be the driver
This-
of all the goals that y'all worked so hard.
This location was actually selected by mostly the city staff.
We gave several locations
But
as
I
options.
think when we reached this one, your comment was, this is an excellent choice, this is the
I do
perfect
think it's
choice.
a good location, but it's not up to me to make that decision.
I'm
That's why
just-
they're here talking about it. I already said it once today that I thought it was a good location and a good project for the record.
So
All right,
I-
as to avoid going back and forth, please be recognized. We'll ask a question, get a resolution of that question, then we'll move to the next question. Ms. Jones, is your question at this point answered, or would you like to continue?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, is the location of the Parkett Park the driver of everything? All these goals, everything that how hard you guys have worked. I don't want to believe that the location is the driver for,
So what was interesting about this, and the reason why we work with DGGC and the city to get this, is because the DGGC owned this portion. And they were able to donate it to, the city? Able to donate it to the city, so when we enter into agreement, it makes things easier. If we choose a location that's privately owned, obviously you have to pay money, which increases the cost of this project. And then it could take at least 30 days to make the transaction. And so you got to go find a location, go through zoning if that's what you have to do. And so this could extend time periods for a long period of time. So again, time is of the essence when that's why we're here today. We gotta do something.
Councilman Boyette? I apologize. Ms. Jones?
I'm finished.
All right, Councilman Boyette?
I was just going to make a comment that as far as getting a head nod, as Pro Tem suggested, for me, I need to know if CDBG funds can be used or not and that's going to be what, between where's the funding going to come from and what the residents think of it. I'm okay with a head nod to say, let's move to the next phase to find out where the funding's coming from and what the residents think of it.
Yeah, I think the funding, we had that conversation today. I think there's a few line items that we had to move. So instead of you paying for certain things, we would pay for certain things, and you would pay for things that are eligible expenses. So it's just a line item switch or a spreadsheet switch that we, like for example, we thought we could pay for the environmental with CDBG. So Matt was saying, we'll take care of the environmental. Well, today, they can't take care of the environmental. So we said, no problem. We talked to, I forgot his name, and we said, we'll put up the $3,000 to take care of environmental. So every barrier that's been put, we quickly eliminate this thing so we can get this project going. So, you know, we have a lot of money committed to this project. I think the board approved like $250,000 or something like that, or maybe even more.
Well, then my response would be, then let's figure out what the public thinks of it that's going to directly affect them. That's what would be the next thing that drove my decision making.
I agree.
And so for me,
And if you would, sorry, Fred Sim, and then Ms. Weeks.
Okay. So I understand that about getting the public input, and I'm an advocate for that. But he just said that if this part of it goes away, then we might as well forfeit. I don't want to put words in your mouth. If we don't do this part right here financially, then we might as well forfeit the entire project. Is that what you said?
So the statement was, if we don't do our early action project,
Okay.
we cannot move forward with implementation grants.
Okay.
So we've kicked around 5 or 6 ideas. We've taken those back to the city manager. They were off the table. We quickly moved from those. As I said, we eliminated those barriers. We came up with this pocket park. So we've been basically stalling for the last 30 to 60 days over this pocket park, hoping to come to you today and receive an answer, because that's the discussions that we've been having during our meetings with, you know, city, housing authority, HUD, our consultant.
Just one comment on that. It wasn't the city that was deciding on whether or not these projects were eligible. It was HUD, and there were several of them that HUD said that were not eligible.
So it's a resident-driven thing, so they put out things like speed humps, and there wasn't allowable expense, or it may have been an expense, but the city didn't have a, what do you call it, plan?
No, the thing is they said a lot of things like putting a laundromat and things like that were not
Sure.
eligible.
Yeah.
But it was like, I'm giving like the speed humps and stuff like that. You don't have a plan for it, so we couldn't put in speed bumps, even if we chose to do it on our own. So there's some early action activities that are outside of this grant that we're taking care of on our own. Like we extended the sidewalk, we're putting up a bus stop. There's a few other things. We're starting this early learning childhood center for during the summer with 30+ kids that starts off in a week. So there's a lot of things that are going on behind the scene to get to this point. But this is kind of, we need to get this early action activity going so we can get this project completed and turn in our final documents in December.
The only thing that I would add to that, and this is just talking with Felicia today, she talked to her contact at HUD and said that our agreement with the housing authority was that any of our leverage money, that $55,000, would have to be HUD eligible. And the HUD folks that we work with are saying that that's not eligible because it's not in LMI area, which was rather surprising to me. So we're looking at that. So that is a new wrinkle that we're having to deal with.
So, Matt, is the whole neighborhood not an LMI? I mean, was it this particular part of the neighborhood?
Bill, if you would, we had to slide you down, and now we're going to slide you back up. Do you mind please repeating that?
Yeah, I was just wondering if this particular part of the neighborhood is not considered low mod according to HUD, or because the whole neighborhood together, I think, has to be, you know, a low mod area. But I'm wondering if HUD is looking at, you know, a certain block group within this area.
It was, Bill, sorry to interrupt. It was a certain block group, and we'll have to drill down on it some more, but I just wanted you to be aware of that.
I think that's a flawed interpretation, frankly.
I'm having Janelle look at that for clarification.
And for the record, Presume Janelle is an employee of HUD?
Yes.
Right, okay. Just, again, just trying to make sure that for the minutes and for those watching. So allow council to kind of collect his thoughts, and if there's any additional questions, get them on the table. So as I hear right now, the two major considerations are, one, let's get feedback from, at least during the design stage, if nothing else, let's get feedback from the neighbors, completely reasonable. And two, let's figure out where the funding is going to come from. The original intent would have been that it comes out of CDBG. We've got to clarify if that's available. So I think council, in a contingent way, has to acknowledge if it is willing to set $55,000 of general fund on the table in case the CDBG funding is not available. And that's a conversation that certainly was not hoped to have, but I think that's where we are. So one of two things, and Mr. Goodson, out of respect for you, I want you to be able to give a direct answer on this. Our next meeting is 2 weeks from tonight. If we get answers to those questions and come back and have an answer during the work session on whatever next one is, 17 or 14 days from today, is that within our window?
Sorry.
That's Siri. You're not Siri, I apologize.
I think we need to move as fast as we
Right.
can. I think any delays again, we got an extension on the table right now. So it takes time to procure these services. We thought we were trying to start procuring services over 30 days ago.
Right.
And so any 14 days makes a huge difference to us. I mean,
Well, Anthony, could we not move forward in the expectation that we will have, a formal council action?
well, I think part of the conversation today was we could move forward with the environmental review, but Matt was going to go back and check and see how they want to be paid. So there's a few questions internally that they have to answer, and then a few questions that the council has to answer. So,
Well, I think the RFP on design services is the most time-critical element, and I think that can move forward.
I apologize one more time. We had to slide your slider. We're having to slide you down to avoid feedback and then back up so we can hear you. Would you mind repeating your comment?
Yes, I'm agreeing with Anthony that there are some time-critical actions that we really can't put on hold if we want to complete this within our required time frame. And I think the RFP for design services is the most critical action that we need to get out there. So the city needs to issue an RFP RFQ for design services so that we can get a designer on board to design the park and get documents ready for construction bidding. And so if we can move forward with that, I mean, if the city wants to talk to neighbors about this so that it isn't, a total surprise to them, that could probably be done, but we have to move forward on things like the design procurement to really move. That's on the critical path to get this thing done in the time frame needed.
Councilmember White, you guys?
Just for my knowledge, there was other sites considered. Did we have like 3 options or something so we could choose the best option, or was this just it?
No, there were some other sites.
This was just it, actually.
Matt,
and
y'all gave two
again,
different
you have to look
answers.
at who owns the property, because if somebody knows we're coming in with Choice Neighborhoods to buy the property, they can raise the price. So it was kind of DGGC to pass I guess you passed some type of resolution, is that right? To donate the property to the city.
Okay, I got you. I just want, because if it's not in the LMI community, I was wondering, was there another site that we had already seen that is firmly within the LMI community?
Well, we had looked at behind like Dollar General and stuff like that, but again, it's acquiring a property that could just throw the budget off.
I mean, 2 months ago, we could have looked at buying a piece of property
Right.
for a low cost, but we're beyond that time frame now. We don't have time to go back and do that.
That is just not the main determining factor for me. One of the main determining factors for me is the $55,000 already under a constrained budget where we're going to the community to ask them for a 15-cent tax increase. If you can't show me where the money's come from, I have absolutely no interest in taking money out of our general fund for a pocket park, knowing that I based our tax increase on the immediate crisis of public safety, and this pocket park is not an immediate crisis for me. So if you can't show me that that money is going to come from some grant where it would be HUD approved, then I personally have absolutely no interest in deviating and asking for even more money for this fiscal year.
Can I make a statement, Mayor?
Yes, please.
I think we have to look at this on the long term. You know, if you're in a constrained budget, and if we back up to Bill's slides, this is going to bring in millions of dollars to fix some of the constraint that you're in right now. And so this is also a $350 million economic impact. So you may feel a little tight right now, but over the next 3 to 5 years, if we move this plan forward, you'll feel a lot different. I think you'll have probably a $2 million in surplus that you're looking at based on what we put up there in economic,
So you're
development.
telling me that $2 million economic impact is going to be based off of a pocket park if I'm deciding where a pocket park is going to be strategically placed?
So you're talking about a choice neighborhood plan, and your choice neighborhood plan, we're putting the plan, they gave you $500,000 to put a plan together. Typically, plans consist of pocket parks, whatever that community says they want, right? Once we submit our documentation, I had a great conversation with Janelle Baker today. We're looking good. We're able to go out and apply for the $50 million. So I think there's, 55 million, 55,000, 50 million, $2 million economic impact per year. I mean, those are just straight up numbers. I mean, so I think we have I don't want to play a short-term game for a long-term outcome. Again, it's a $350 million impact to this whole area, and I don't know of any other funding in the country right now that you could seek to have that type of economic impact to Goldsboro in any area, in Department of Transportation, any area that HUD's going to give you or the government's going to give you $50 million to spur $350 million. And I keep saying $350 million is because every HUD dollar leverages $7 and I think it's 34 cents. So it's more than $350 of private dollars. And the reason why we're working with DGGC, and is it Communities Inc? DGGC, but we have to work with private partners as well. What we talked about, or Mayor was talking about earlier, working with private and public partners, it will spur that type of impact. So I know you have a store down here. That type of economic impact to your store would be just wild. I mean, you're going to bring in almost 2,000 people. I mean, it's almost unheard of. It's what they're doing in Wake County right now. They're seeing 2,000 people come into the community before the end of the year in most places. So that's a major economic impact. So again, we can't look at the constrained budget because we all deal with constrained budgets. I think if we look at the long term, what will we get out of this by supporting this in the long term? It would change the face of what we see today.
Councilman Boyette, you had your hand up. Does anybody else queue up right behind? All right, Councilman Boyette.
I'm still trying to learn some of this as a new council member related to the housing authority, but for this particular project, if we're talking about $55,000, and this is absolutely not meant to be offensive, but can't your organization fund that yourself?
No, we have to
Especially
have
since the land
leverage.
was donated
We
to
have to
you.
have leverage.
Well, and that was the next thing is, so if the DGDC donated the land, is that not considered
That's
our part?
no.
Okay.
The
I'm just
DGGC
asking.
is not part of the city.
So it was probably not the DGDC that donated it, it was the foundation of the GDDC, their nonprofit that actually donated the land?
The DGDC
Is a nonprofit.
Okay.
So just so to be clear, the agreement that we have and the housing authorities aware of this is that our leverage funds will come from the community development block grant funding, not from the general fund. So that's why I brought that up, and that's why, you know, most of the time we thought this was real fine, it was going to be fine, we could use this money for this particular activity. So this is something where as a workaround, we've got to figure out why it is that HUD has flagged it so far. Just letting you know.
One,
All right. Councilman Boyette, do you have another comment?
one more, is it my? am
Yes,
I in
Councilman
order?
Boyette, go
Okay. So one more thing then. So can we just defer this for 2 weeks to give the
Yes,
manager an opportunity to get the rest of the information together, and then we'll make a decision?
I agree.
Is that in order?
I agree. I mean, I think we should just talk about it, figure out what we need to do, talk to the residents, get some feedback, and then come back in 2 weeks and give him his yay or nay.
Especially if we got to figure out where the funds are coming from, and if we can do a workaround for it to be out of the community development funds, that's where it intended to come from, and if it comes from there, then all we got to do is talk with the residents about it and be ready to make a decision.
All right. Ms. Purdsome, you're recognized, and then Ms. Jones, if you
Well,
were to say.
Mr. Goodson, I know it's cutting it short, but could we work with 2 weeks? Could you work with 2 weeks?
We're gonna have to.
Okay.
Purdsome?
I just want to make the board aware that Bill spoke earlier that the city is going to need to be responsible for talking to those people. So if that's the responsibility, if that's what we want to do, which I'm okay with that, it is going to be our responsibility to talk to those people in the area, if that's what the pleasure of this board is.
Well,
City-
Madam Pro
the
Tem, you don't
housing
have to worry
authority-
about
hold on
that.
one second, though.
If you would,
The
let it-
housing
let it-
authority it is gonna be our responsibility to get out there and beat the street and let these individuals know what's happening and to get their feedback. So I just want us to know that that is our responsibility to do if that is the pleasure of this board.
And I want to say that, Madam Pro Tem, you do not have to worry, because in the morning, I will be beating the streets in my district to make sure that they are aware. And I will make that commitment myself.
Yes, ma'am. And-
I will
and-
talk to everyone, because it's only 5, really, in that area.
And we'll ensure that you have staff support in doing that. Again,
Yes.
this is a doable task that we need to get done. We need to make
Can-
sure.
can
And
I
then,
ask
of
a-
course, the contingent support on the very front end of being able to use the community development block grant funding. We've got to figure that part out. And of course, we have a budget conversation this evening as well, which will then allow for either repackaging or otherwise at our next meeting.
Because aside from our agenda, just so you know, aside from our email agenda that we received, this is the first we've heard about it. If you're new to the council, this is the first this has been brought to our attention. So I'm just educating you.
You gotta look at your city manager.
That's not helping.
No, she's made a comment. This is the first time that she's seen it. This has been in play for about 60 days. They have been copied on the email. We've had meetings about this. And again, if I pull my staff in, the conversations that's been had with my staff is that when we came today, an action was going to take place of we're going to either move with the pocket park or we're not going to move with the pocket park. So we're hearing, we're not, obviously we're not getting proper feedback, and there's not proper communication coming to the council. And so we don't know what do we do different to communicate with the council members if we're taking it to the gateway and it's not getting distributed.
Well, I did send those things out to them, and I've got the emails for that, but I'll leave it at that. Because,
We will
I mean,
resolve that constraint.
Thank you.
Ms. Taylor?
I think, Mr. Goodson, that ordinarily it would work like that, but being that Councilwoman Jones brought it to our attention that there's some feedback from some of the residents that may have some concerns, ultimately, we have to look out for that as well. So I think that's part of the problem. Ordinarily, you may bring something to us and we may make a decision, yea or nay, or a head nod or not. But because of, you know, what she brought to, at least I know to my attention, that brought some concerns for me. Because I wouldn't want someone just coming and putting a park across from my house and I didn't know about it or have any say-so. So that's a big thing.
And we're fine with that.
Right.
I was
So
just,
that's
I was
the
just
only
addressing
issue.
the comment of Councilmember Weeks.
Yes, sir. I
That
understand.
we have communicated this over 30 to
Right.
60 days ago.
Right.
And there's been multiple people included on emails.
I understand.
And so, and then we've had multiple conversations about today. And so it's a little disappointing to come and no action is being taken.
I understand. I was just saying that
Sure.
for me, that's what brought
Sure.
my form of thinking is that I just want to make sure that it's a good location for people.
Sure.
Council, any other comments, questions, concerns? Ms. Jones?
Okay, only thing I wanted to say is I have been on some of those meetings, and we have talked about the Park at Park. We have talked about them. There was the location right behind the Family Dollar, that there used to be an old school there. We talked about that area. And then they talked about Mulberry, but like I said, when I was driven to the site, that's not the site that I was told. So that's why I was asking you the location. But it was never my understanding that we had to vote today on the parking part. Because had I known we had to vote today on the parking part, I would have made sure I knew exactly where that park was.
Yeah, are you?
Because,
And we even had, I think, attorney, I don't think, I know, your attorney and our attorney even drafted up an agreement to put forth to council.
All I got,
haven't seen
I want to say one more
You
thing.
go ahead.
At
Go
the
ahead,
end of the day,
Councilwoman, please.
integrity means everything to me. I can tell you, I have absolutely
Yeah,
nothing
I'm
in
just
my
saying.
email. So at the end of
Ron-
the day, integrity means a lot to me.
Attorney Lawrence and our attorney Phil Bador put together a agreement per Mr. Livingston that he asked us to put together to send out to council. And so that happened, what, about 30 days ago? 2 or 3 weeks ago?
The discussion was that the location's been changed, so that we're taking
Yeah.
that into
Yeah.
Nothing about
There's-
voting, a vote, anything.
All right. The concept has been put in front of council. There's been adequate conversation. This will be taken up at the next meeting. There will be obviously be considerable conversation prior to that time. Mr. Goodson, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bill, thank you for your time, and I appreciate the work that's been going on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 15 minutes prior to our 7 o'clock session. There is one additional item that was added to the agenda, item 4D, which is downtown parking. It was added by vote of council, started by Councilman Boyette. Mr. Boyette, if you have any comments or brief.
Yeah, be very brief.
Okay.
So what I wanted to ask the council about and maybe get a vote on, or hopefully get a vote on, as I have stated from the beginning of this council's discussions related to the parking downtown, the first block of Center Street does not have a public parking lot. Each other block does have a public parking lot. So as we know, this City Hall lot was restricted to public parking, and now it's been reintroduced as public parking. However, the parking lot is constantly full. I get pictures every day showing no available parking there. So again, that's a step in the right direction, but it's not solved the problem yet. So I'm speaking with several different entities and trying to do some things myself to create some public parking for the first block of Center Street, but as it stands right now, we do not have adequate public parking off-street for the first block of Center Street. So I would like the council to consider making a vote to extend the moratorium only for the first block of Center Street until we can finish working through some of the issues that are going on with the first block of Center Street. There are some improvements that are going on now with, as probably everybody knows, there's some city vehicles that are no longer going to be parked in that parking lot once security cameras are up in the area that they're going to be moved to. The chiller trailer is there with the temporary air conditioner on it, taking up space, and a number of other things. So I think we just need a little bit longer on the moratorium for the first block to finish working these issues out. And I would like the council to consider that. That's my comments, and if we need to suspend that for now, but I'd like to have a motion or make a motion and get a vote to do that.
Okay. So, as you put it, I'll recognize the motion. Obviously, there would be opportunity for debate. If that's in the form of a motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the table to extend the moratorium for, when you say the first block of center, I presume you're talking about the block in front of City Hall.
That's correct.
This block right here. Debate, conversation. Councilmember White and then Pro Tem Matthews.
I'm still.
Okay, Pro Tem.
You say still formulating. My first suggestion would be to pause it for everybody, not just that particular block. Yeah, my suggestion would be, let's consider just pausing all of it for everybody, even considering that some may have more adequate space than others. I just think in order to be fair, let's just pause it for everyone, because I would hate for it to now become an issue where those people who may have spacing to move to a space where there's no ticketing process happening.
Councilman White? No? Okay. So, motion on the, motion currently in front of us is to pause just this block. We can address this as either the Pro Tem making a motion to amend the motion and then vote on that piece and then vote on the whole thing collectively, or council, if there's any other feedback of do something, do nothing, or just simply this one block, that would help. Obviously, right now there is a motion on the floor that I will have to address.
I guess I do have a question. So with the parking that's in front of just City Hall right here, and I know it affects somebody because it's a problem, that's why we're talking about it, but who does it affect?
The people at the loft.
The businesses, as well as people patronizing or coming to City Hall if there's no parking to park except out on the street. The lots are constantly full that we open back up for public use, and so they're full, and there's some solutions going on to free up a dozen or so of those places by moving vehicles and moving the chiller, but we're not there yet to analyze, okay, once we get there, where are we now, and are we good? And I did in my motion forget to put a time frame. I was wanting to do to the end of July, because that's when we know for sure the chiller will be gone and all of this would be resolved. So my motion would be to extend the moratorium for the first block of Center Street to the end of July. If Councilwoman Taylor agrees to continue her second for that motion with the time frame.
I have a question.
Just one, let me address this piece of it, and then Councilman Weeks, who we recognize immediately after that. Ron, as he just attempted to adjust his own motion, should we word it as he withdrew his first motion, has now put a motion on the table, and is awaiting a second?
Yes.
All right.
We have a second, it's already pending. So
Right.
technically We have a motion on the floor.
Right.
Just pending the vote. And so he just withdraw it.
Right.
And make a new motion.
All right.
Okay.
You can make that motion in addition.
All right, Councilman Boyette, do you withdraw your motion?
I withdraw the motion and resubmit the motion to continue the moratorium for the first block of Center Street till the end of July.
Until the end of July. All right, is there a second? Is there a second? All right, motion dies for a lack of a second.
I didn't have a time frame.
Oh, okay.
So, or would you second the motion?
Well,
Motion dies for a lack of second.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who would like to make a motion or that would like to put a motion on the table for the full thing? Councilman White, you raise your hand. I'm always going to recognize you.
I just have a question.
I do too.
I don't have a motion, so you can take care of that piece. I just got a question.
Yes, sir.
I much rather, I can wait on the motion. I much rather engage in the dialogue before motions
Right.
are made.
Right.
Okay, so my question is, we did, for the most part, I think the parking issue has been solidified.
Right.
However, there are some people who stay in apartments who don't have parking lots, right? And it's been stated that residential parking starts at 5:30 or 5 o'clock or whatever. So I just want us to look at that or take that into consideration when it's time for us to say this moratorium or make a motion. Because I understand, I'm with the parking, I told you before what my feelings were on the parking, and if you have a dedicated parking spot and you own property downtown, then you should park there. But however, there are some people who have bought property downtown who don't have a dedicated parking lot and have to park on off-street, on the street, and it's 2-hour parking. So I feel that if we're going to relook that, then we need to relook it all, because even if those patrons are off for a day, they have to get up and move their car because they don't have any dedicated parking. If they had a parking lot and they just chose to park there, then it's fine. Then it's on them. But they have no dedicated parking.
Other than the standard off-street public parking, right?
Right.
Where is that at?
Well, all over.
I know what you're saying, but I'm saying if we're looking at the moratorium
Right.
for things.
Well, and there are several buildings that, of course, predate automobiles, and the property layouts around downtown, much like so many other old cities. Some of the buildings don't have any actual square footage for parking spaces, and so that's where we're very fortunate that we actually have an abundance of all-street parking. It's just not all located exactly where we wish it was. And so you've got folks that live over by the Paramount that are parking on the James Street lot. You've got a series of these situations where the folks' buildings themselves don't have square footage. To your point, that is inconvenient. Okay.
I had.
Please, yes,
a
Ms. Weeks.
question. I had two questions in relation to his moratorium, and Mr. Livingston, maybe you could answer these for me. The code enforcement officer, is he on foot or does he have a vehicle? And is this a vehicle that we're going to have to put in the budget, or is he using an already purchased vehicle? And the next thing is, what is that salary range for the code enforcement officer?
Okay, so I'm going off memory. He does have a vehicle. Sometimes he'll be on foot depending on the situation, but he does have a vehicle to use. I think he's at 45K to 47 approximately.
45 to 47,000.
I'm going off memory. Yes, ma'am.
So really, we've just been paying him really well.
Well, his primary duties is traffic enforcement, but
That's
he's
right.
doing other things too. So, I mean, the plan was, because the city council asked us to get it together and do this, and so we've done what we were instructed to do.
I am actually with Mayor Pro Tem Matthews, that if you are going to do a moratorium, I feel more comfortable that it should be for everybody. I have been very vocal and very verbal. I'm totally against the 2-hour parking. Especially, this is a critical year for us as a budget. We inherited a mess when we came on this council. And so, to me, if it were up to me, we would not have it this year. We would be saving those dollars until we did property reevaluations and revisited our budget. But if you want a moratorium, for me, my vote's going to be with Mayor Pro Tem, that it's going to be all across the board for everybody. There's not going to be any.
I understand. I mean, it's not my policy. I don't make the policy. You guys do. I try to do and advocate for what's best of interest of Goldsboro. That's my job. And I work for you guys. So you tell me what you want to do in those things. And sometimes it's not easy to come to a clear decision. This has clearly been one of those.
Right. Council, it is 5 minutes till. I'm going to recess this. I will bring it back up during the work session, during items requiring individual action, so that we can continue our conversation and close out our evening. We'll stand in recess until the 7 o'clock meeting in council chambers.
and justice with order, and that men and women from different cultures and in different talents may find with one another the fulfillment of their humanity. And Lord, we pray, make us instruments of your peace. Where there is hatred, let us sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is discord, union. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. Grant that we may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, and to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Ms. Getz, if you would please conduct a roll call. Present.
Present.
Here.
Here.
Present.
Present.
Present. All right, thank you. For those following from the work session, there was one item that was added to the agenda, item D. It was a downtown parking conversation. I will re-engage that conversation under under heading 9, items requiring individual action later this evening. Just so you know, the agenda was amended in that one way. So with that, we'll move to approval of the minutes. Heading 4, A1 and A2 are presented for council. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments to those minutes of the work session and regular meetings as presented? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the work session and regular meeting minutes of May 6th and the work session and regular meeting of May 20th as presented?
I make a motion that we approve the minutes.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any debate? Hearing none, motions have been made and properly seconded. Debate has been called for, none presented. We'll call for the vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Minutes have been approved. Thank you, everybody. Moving towards to presentations, we have none at this time. We'll move directly into public hearings. Letter B, non-contiguous satellite annexation petition from Mallard Oil Company for the corner of North Highway 117 and Tommy's Road. Planning. Mark, welcome to the meeting. How you doing?
Good. Mr.
Good.
Mayor, thank you, council. There we go. This case before you tonight is annexation 0124 Mallard Oil. The property is located on North US 117 Highway and Tommy's Road. This is a 6.74 acre tract of land, which is currently zoned for general business. That was approved by a zoning amendment done in May of 23. Again, this project is located within the city of Goldsboro 1 mile ETJ. I think we got a dead battery again. So it's 2700 block North William Street, 6.74 acres. The owner is Mallard Oil. Again, general business is in a commercial land designation as determined by the comprehensive land use plan. Again, this is a voluntary non-contiguous annexation. Thank you. Sorry, put the wrong one. So here's a map of the subject property, which is highlighted in the light blue there. So qualifications: the area proposed to be annexed meets requirements of GS 160A 58.1. The nearest point of the satellite corporate limits is not more than 3 miles from the primary corporate limits of the annexing city. No point of the proposed satellite corporate limits is closer to the primary corporate limits of any other city, and the area is situated that the annexing city will be able to provide the same services
within the proposed satellite corporate limits that it provides within its primary limits. And this is true in all 4 situations there, 5. The city services, the city will provide fire protection, police protection, refuse collection, street construction and maintenance. There are no city streets within this proposed area for annexation. If the annexation is approved, the city adopted the official election district boundary map in 22. That would be amended to show the area considered for annexation tonight to be in District 3 unless there's some other instruction issued by City Council to do otherwise. The proposed annexation does meet the city policy requirements as outlined in the above items in accordance with NCGS 160A-58. And City Council is requested to conduct a public hearing, then adopt an ordinance annexing the subject property effective June 3, 2024. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Council, any questions for Mr. Helmer? All right, none at this time. Obviously, we'll have a second round here in just a second.
Okay.
So with that, we will open the public hearing. This is for item B on our 7 o'clock agenda, a non-contiguous or satellite annexation petition from Mallard Oil Company for the corner of North Highway 117 and Tommy's Road, as briefed. Is there anyone to come forward for this public hearing? Second call, this is a public hearing for the non-contiguous, also known as satellite annexation petition for Mallard Oil Company, the corner of North US Highway 117 and Tommy's Road. This is the second call. Anyone to come forward? And third and final call, this is a public hearing for a non-contiguous or satellite annexation position for Mallard Oil Company. Item B on tonight's agenda is located at the corner of North Highway 117 and Tommy's Road. Is there anyone to come forward and speak? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mr. Helmer, if you'll come back up. Council, are there any thoughts, concerns, or considerations that have come up in the last couple minutes? Hearing none, is there a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance as presented?
I make a motion to accept the item as presented by staff for approval.
All right, is there a second?
A second.
All right, a motion has been made to adopt the ordinance annexing the subject property effective June 3rd, 2024. There has been a second. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. All right, the ordinance as presented is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Elmer. Next, we'll move to item C, a public hearing on the FY 2024 or 2024-25 annual operating budget. Ms. Gwen, if you would brief us. Of course, this has been discussed at a work session once previously. It was presented during work session once previously as well. So if you would please brief us and get us underway.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me tonight to provide just a very, very brief overview to get the public hearing started. This provides you a brief overview of the budget and the timeline. The budget process for 24-25 began with the council retreat on February 20th and 21st, where council established the priorities for the upcoming budget for the department heads and for the city manager. We have progressed on, and just for the public's information, department heads had to have their request, which is required by law, submitted by March the 4th. The city advertised the public hearing in the May 11th edition of the Goldsboro News Argus. On May 15th, the manager's recommended budget was published online on the city's website, as well as a paper book provided to the city council and city management. Also on May 15th, large industrial customers were notified of the potential 7% proposed rate increase that was in the manager's recommended budget. City staff gave a presentation at the May 20th work session to provide council with a broad overview of the manager's recommended budget book that was presented to them on May 15th. Again, on May 28th, city staff came together for its first work session to talk about the manager's recommended budget as well as any proposed changes, if you will. And then, of course, we are here tonight, June 3rd, to execute that the public hearing at the 7 o'clock meeting. So I don't have all the slides, but I did want to provide the public with just what we're talking about. We are talking about a total recommended budget of $86.5 million, of which $56 million is made up of the general fund, which is about 65% of that $86 million budget. The utility fund makes up about $26 million of that $86 million budget, or approximately 30%. To understand how the split is between, it is not that much different percentage-wise from the prior fiscal year adopted budget. This is just a table representation of that same information to show all of the operating funds, of which there is approximately a $9.8 million increase in the budget from the adopted to the manager recommended, which is approximately a 13% increase, being driven, of course, by the top line, the general fund, which is a $6.3 million increase, or 13% increase. Of course, by the top line, the general. And then I have presented on this slide, since the council had provided staff feedback at the May 20th and the May 28th meeting, and we had several meetings with the council members where some requests were made to make some reductions in the budget. I have presented that on this slide. This is relating to the general fund only. So these are the proposed cuts. The council indicated that they were not in favor of cutting the COLA or cutting the timing of the COLA, so that was removed. So what's left on this slide is that employer health insurance estimate. We went from 10% to 4%, saved about $200,000. We have presented the savings for 3 months of the 2 new positions presented in the general fund, the CD position and the minimum housing position, to reflect more realistic estimates of hiring. So when the advertisements go out on July 1 to advertise a new position, should the council choose to authorize them, we know that it takes anywhere from 2 to 3 months to hire. So we feel like that is a realistic representation to be able to save some money in the budget. Then we had the capital that was not financed that we cut. That is from the May 28th slide that I gave you. Council had indicated a desire to provide an equipment storage shed at the cemetery, with which we would provide funding through the cemetery reserve, which is a reserved balance in the general fund balance. Also, there were some just small requests to reduce some costs in the city manager's office and in downtown development, and then there was one small item of $750 that was missed, so we wanted to make sure we got that funded. That results in total potential cuts of about $259,000, which is a little over a penny in the tax rate that we could save. Then, as I presented on the May 28th meeting, we were proposing to use another $396,000 of fund balance, which saves us a little over a penny and a half. Bearing in mind that the total proposed use of fund balance is $1.5 million, which is somewhere around 6.5 cents on the tax rate. So that's what you're saving by using the savings account in the general fund. And as I cautioned you, we have to be careful about using fund balance for recurring expenses. That is frowned upon by the local government commission. And then, of course, the fund balance reserved with the cemetery care, that saves us about, it's like a quarter, essentially a quarter of a cent. So a value of a penny is about $233,000. The proposed tax increase of 15 cents is in the manager's recommended budget. And if we take all of these savings into account, it reduces it by about 3 pennies to a proposed tax rate that we could take forward into the proposed adopted budget of 12 cents. Okay? So just wanted to go over that. Okay, and then I highlighted in the fourth column from the right the 12-cent increase, and what does that mean? For the average taxable home in the city, it would mean an extra $106 per year. that breaks down to about $8.80 per month, or about 29 cents per day. Okay, and that concludes the portion that I'm presenting, and then the manager will take over the rest before you conduct the public hearing.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. As Mayor and Council will remember, back in February when we had our retreat, we had Mr. David Hyder from Stantec kind of give a presentation on our capital needs regarding water and sewer. And a lot of our proposals today are really kind of geared towards two things: meeting our future capital needs and also adjusting for inflation. When we look at our utility rates across the board, particularly our bulk ones, there's some, I guess, for lack of a better term, there's not as much equity built into the rates that I'd like to see. And so the city council asked, instead of doing the 7%, which was what the consultant recommended, to come back and look at our rates more equitably and work a way to not put as much burden on the city of Goldsboro residences, to decrease that by 2%. And looking at our bulk rate users, their cost to service, everyone's cost to service on the sewers, roughly $8.98 per 1,000 gallons and $4.76 per 1,000 gallons. But our bulk customers are way lower than that, in the $4 and some change. So that's the reason why they're proposed to be higher and take some of the burden off our residential customers. And it's also to help with our fighting our inflation issues with our chemicals that have gone up, the replacing of equipment that is sometimes in some cases doubled since COVID. And so that is one of the things that we proposed, is a 5% across the board in residential, 20% in capitalized regular, and sewer bulk industrial at 7%. The other thing that I wanted to kind of demonstrate is where does Goldsboro stand in the state of North Carolina? So hopefully they've got this. We're going to bring up the dashboard. I don't know if the council's familiar with this or not, but if you can see that right there, what you're seeing is a cluster of 50 miles. The red dot is Goldsboro, and that's a 50-mile radius from Goldsboro, and it shows all the water and sewer rates. And if you plug in the 5% proposed rate, you'd still see that we're right, right at the average rate, a little bit below the average rate. It also has some dials on there like conservation and cost recovery, which you can't really see. So if you look at that, you can see, well, we're doing okay, but if the school of government was to come to us and tell you about that, they'd say you need to do a little bit better on the cost recovery and on the conservation. And one of the ways we can do better on that down the road is to look at our consumption and look at our instead of looking at our fixed charges or our base costs, look at raising up our per 1,000 gallons charge. And this actually is more equitable, because the people on fixed incomes that aren't using as much, their base rate shouldn't really change. It should be the rate should be based on how much you use. That's one of the things I'd like to do in the future, but I really just wanted to throw that out there. And we can also look on that slide, if you take a look at the Council of Governments district we're in, if you go on the drop-down box there, might not show that, but they're going to pull that out. And you can see that the median bill for water and sewer in the Council of Governments region is right at $100. So the proposal is going to bring us to about $88 as a median bill. It's a 5,000 gallons use per month for water and sewer. So it's about roughly $4 or $5 a month increase. I just wanted you to see that, so you could see that we're in range. We're not out of I think our challenges is some of these bulk rates, and that's what this budget adjusts the bulk rates for our contract customers, because they're way lower than our cost to serve. Does anybody have any questions for me on that?
And council, I know there were some comments and questions that we wanted to get resolved. Ms. Gwen, do you mind coming back forward as for questions from council, and then we will move forward with getting into our public hearing. Council, does anyone have any comments or questions for Mr. Livingston or Ms. Quinn?
I have a question.
Ms. Taylor, please.
Well, actually, I'm just trying to get some clarification and hopefully open up a little bit of a discussion between my councilmates and I about something. So last year, former Councilman Taj Polak, he made a motion concerning a 1% tax increase that was to be allocated to city employees in the form of $400 bonus. And if I'm not mistaken, his intention was for this to be on an annual bonus, so recurring. Since that 1% tax increase is still in effect, I feel that we should continue to uphold our commitment to our city employees and use those funds to give them that bonus that I feel that they rightfully deserve.
Yes, ma'am. I understand, and I've made that comment, and so I have to let the manager address how that was done, so.
So again, we just tried to bring in the most fiscally austere budget, knowing what the priorities of the city council was. Wasn't really any kind of a thing that I necessarily wanted to do. We had to take merit out. Again, we're looking at a 12-cent property tax increase, so this is a very fiscally austere budget that we're proposing. But it's not perfect by any means, and if the city council wants to do something different, that's totally up to you, but I don't think there's any room in the budget to make any further cuts. I will say that, because after a while you cut so much, it becomes counterproductive to be able to deliver the services that the citizens need and want.
So would your advice then be, if we are to retain the bonuses, which I do remember that motion being made, I actually remember that moment quite well. We were over in the large conference room. To maintain the spirit of that particular penny, we would need to put a penny back on. Is that what I'm gleaning from both of you?
That would certainly be one option.
Okay.
That's all, yeah.
Okay. Council, any other comments?
No, I just wanted to bring that up because, it was 1 cent added, and it hadn't been taken away.
Yes, ma'am.
Staying on this subject, council, just to kind of get not to put everyone on the spot, but if you're willing to, what does council believe is best on this particular subject? Council?
What is the dollar impact of providing that $400 per employee bonus again for this fiscal budget that we're discussing? Roundabout.
227, so it'd be a penny.
So,
Yeah,
so
I mean,
we're
it really is a
really
penny.
close to a penny. So my comment in that regard, as I expressed before in the last budget session, I know we're in a situation here that I don't ever recall the city being in with the increase that we're looking at, to address the things that are priorities to us. And I had mentioned before, in the name of remaining fiscally responsible, particularly with maintaining our fund balance and continuing to project the image forward that we need to in that regard and maintaining fiscal responsibility, I wasn't a real fan of taking even more money out of the fund balance. So I understand what basically the additional use of fund balance is round about 2 cents or so of this, or 1.5 cents of this reduction.
Yeah.
So
1 3/4.
So if we're going to take, I guess where I'm going with this is I put a little thought into it. If we're going to take money from the fund balance to take down the property tax rate a couple of cents, I'm not a fan of taking down the fund balance under these circumstances, but if that's what the council agrees to, then I would rather see us reduce, if we're going to take it from 15 to 12, I'd rather see us take it 15 to 13 and use part of that reduction as fund balance to fund that money to our employees. In other words, you've shown us, or has been presented to us, that we can reduce the 15 down to 12 by making the following changes. Again, I sort of have issue with continuing to take money from the fund balance, but if we're going to do that, I'm happy with a 13% rate instead of a 12-cent rate and fund that again for our employees this year. I mean, every employee we've got deserves all we can do for them. And It's just my thought.
Were you
Councilman?
wanting to go next?
No, you,
Oh.
I'm gonna speak, but you can go.
Okay, Councilwoman, and then after that, Councilman White, we'll cue you up.
So I beg to differ with Councilman Boyette. I, first of all, want to go on the record in saying I do love, honor, and respect every single city employee. I do. I love, I honor, and I respect you. But this is a critical year with our taxpayers' dollars. We are in a crisis like we have never been before with our budget. Public safety was our first priority because that is where we had our crisis with was public safety. We're already proposing COLA. I do not think that we should go back to the taxpayers to ask for additional funding at this time for these merit bonuses.
Councilman?
And with that being said, I did look at the proposed property tax increase or what we could cut, but I think we need to discuss some things as far as like the Friends of Seymour, that appraisal that was in there,
Right.
the Hulu account that's up there. There's a lot of things that we can continue to cut. You know, polo shirts, the 10,000 for snacks and resources for the headquarters. There's a lot still in there that we can cut to get us down to a number. If we're, you know, if this is unprecedented for the taxpayer, it should be unprecedented that we make cuts that we usually wouldn't.
Council, any other comments or questions for Mr. Livingston or Ms. Gwynn before we proceed with the public hearing? Ms. Taylor?
When I saw that she took away 3 months' worth of pay for the minimum housing inspector, I could understand too, but that's a very important position that we need to get filled as soon as possible. So, I mean, I would agree with the 2 for hiring process, but not 3.
Council, any other comments or questions before we move to the public hearing?
Well, I would just like
Ms.
to
Jones?
say, I would like for it to stay the 5 and the 12. I do agree with Councilman White with the $10,000 snacks, the polo shirts, items like that. Our main priority is safety. I am not in agreement with doing anything with Friends of Seymour. That is a very vital organization that we really need. And I do know for a fact that the Friends of Seymour and Congressman Don Davis are working very hard to help us with the situation with that. So, but I do agree with the 10,000, the polo shirts, the snacks, and that's my take.
That was included in the budget, Ms. Gwynn. And I reviewed in detail the agreement that was sent to us by the agreement with the Goldsboro Housing Authority, because I think our taxpayers need to be aware that you have a private business, Goldsboro Housing Authority, and your tax dollars you're spending almost $170-some thousand for cameras to be put at the Goldsboro Housing Authority. I've looked at that agreement. You know, I don't know, is there any way to sever that contract or that agreement at this point? I wouldn't know, but that's quite a bit of taxpayers' dollars that's going to fund that. As a matter of fact, I was going to make a recommendation to Mr. Goodson earlier and say, hey, could we maybe negotiate the $55,000 that you're requesting for the Pocket Park, and take that off of the agreement that the city has with you for all those cameras. But that was just rather frustrating to me to see that much taxpayer dollars that could have went to the sidewalks that you're needing to be fixed and all these other areas that we were spending taxpayers dollars on that. I believe we have some areas that we can cut. And I'm going to agree with you that you know, I don't know, Mr. Livingston, did you go to every department head, go back to them and say, look, this is a crisis year for us. This is a critical year because not only are you guys, as the taxpayers, not only are you going to see a 12-cent increase, but you've got your property reevaluations coming up. So don't forget that on top of a tax increase, a water increase, hey, we're going to come to you guys now. We're going to raise your property taxes too because your property is going to be reevaluated. Don't you want to know
that this team back here is passionate about making sure your dollars are going to the right places.
So Councilwoman Weeks, that's a good question. I absolutely did, and I asked them to reduce operational expenditures. The point where if we reduce the operational expenditures, I'm not saying we can't get rid of things like polo shirts, they're not necessities and things like that, but, those are their uniform items. And so they would have to come out of pocket for those if we did do those kind of things. But we took this matter very seriously. We reduced our operational expenditures, and we do recognize that it's a very difficult year, and didn't really put anything in there. It's not a fluff. There's no merit system or anything like that. The 2.5 COLA is 1% below the CPI. So, it just keeps us floating, really, is what it did. But we had to, because we're asking a lot from folks, but we have like you said, and you guys pointed out, we have a public safety crisis in the city of Goldsboro. We can't retain officers right now, in part because of our salary. We've changed that, and we're seeing that effectiveness of that pay increase. It's working already. It's going to take us some time to get out of that hole, but it's working. But to answer your question is, yes, we did. We absolutely looked at everything. I asked them to reduce on multiple occasions. I went and reduced some line items myself. A lot of the smaller ones like that, I didn't really do a whole lot of changing to, because in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't really adding up to too much, but, every little bit penny helps. I understand that.
I agree with you on that, and that's why I say I'm looking at these 2 new positions you guys want to add. Think about this. The money you guys spent on cameras, and then we're spending around $47,000 for a code enforcement officer for parking tickets downtown. You could have had more money for police officers then. That would have paid for 2 or 3 police officers if you added up the cameras, and this 2-hour parking code enforcement officer. That would have taken care of some of that issue.
Councilman?
Friends of Seymour, I am completely in favor of continuing that relationship as someone that's familiar with that. And if I was going to have a conversation about that, I'm certainly not interested in having a conversation. We're in the middle of a fight for our lives, literally, to save the base and what's going on out there. So I'm not interested in making any change to that funding or that relationship during the upcoming fiscal year. And I simply was making the statement earlier to clarify. If we're going to take money from the fund balance to lower the tax rate increase from 15 cents to 12 cents, if we do that and lower it from 15 to 13, we're talking $10 or so per tax bill. I'm okay with taking it 15 to 13 instead of 15 to 12 if it means being able to fund. If that's what we're going to do, is take money from the fund balance, I'm okay with that. If we're going to take part of it and give our employees that $400 and we have a 13-cent increase instead of a 12 when we've already reduced it from 15. So just to clarify my position, I'm not about playing to the camera or whatever. I'm talking facts. I'm stating my position. 15 cents is where the recommended budget was at. We figured a way to reduce it down to 12 by taking money from the fund balance and making a few cuts. I'm okay. I'm saying it's okay for it to be 13 instead of 12, which is a 2 cents reduction, and we give some more money to our employees that do deserve it. That's all my comments on that.
Councilman Watt.
Just to clarify my position on Friends of Seymour, we pay $16,000 to the Friends of Seymour. $7,000 of that, which is administration fees that go to the Chamber of Commerce. $2,000 of that is when they travel to different little defense summits or whatever, right? My thinking is, you have a council member who goes to those things, who are plugged into everything that the Friends of Seymour is doing. You can use me for a year. I'm not saying forever. A year till we get through this crisis. Then we go back and we negotiate a better settlement. We don't even have a do-outs. My problem with the Friends of Seymour is that they do not come back and say anything to us. They might say it to some people, but not to the whole council. So we have a position on the Friends of Seymour, but it's a non-voting one. So they speak for the city. There's only 7 people that's elected to speak for the city. So when they go to these council things, it should be somebody here speaking on behalf of Goldsboro. So I do have a problem with paying $16,000 to the Friends of Seymour, and I don't even know who's on it.
Council, any other comments or questions before we move into the public hearing? I've by and large reserved my comments, but I do want to clarify where I stand on something when it comes to overall employee compensation structures. We are not able to put the salaries and overall benefit structures on the table that some other organizations are. What I do believe is that if we're asking someone to wear a specific polo shirt for a specific job, I don't want them coming out of pocket for that. Now, if it is fluff polos for someone that's a convenience, take it out. I'm fine, take it out. Yeah. But I do not want employees coming out of pocket for uniforms, and I do not want to in any way impact the COLA for this year, and I am absolutely in favor of continuing the bonuses for this year. Other pieces, Councilmember White has spoken passionately and I believe accurately, as has Councilwoman Jones, on the exact same subject. But we've got to reach an agreement with them that we can get to, because there are multiple people here, Councilmember White certainly included in this, who are very plugged into various degrees of military affairs committees at the state and federal level, and we're not talking forever. We're talking, right now. I grant that. I just simply wanted to put out my position on employee compensation, and with that, if it's okay, unless council has any absolute burning comments, questions, or feedback, I would like to move into the public hearing. Thank you, Ms. Gwynn. Thank you, Mr. Livingston. We'll have this conversation. We will continue this conversation after the public hearing, and if necessary, into another evening. We do have the authority to, of course, continue tonight's meeting to another evening if we need to continue our discussion, but I do hope that we're able to reach some agreements without having to do that. So with that, this is item C on our City Council agenda, a public hearing for the FY 2024-2025 annual operating budget. We will go ahead and open the public hearing. We did not have a sign-in sheet for this, so what I will do, everyone is going to have an opportunity to speak. Do me a favor, we'll kind of raise hands. I'll motion you forward, and when you come forward, please notify the clerk your full name. Was that really name and address? Just name is fine, and we'll certainly receive your comments. So with that, public hearing is open. Do we have anyone to come forward and speak on the FY 2024-2025 annual operating budget? And if you have any handouts that are for council, please hand them to the clerk, and then she can distribute them. Good evening. If you would state your name. Obviously, we have certainly met, but if you would state your name, and then the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, my name is Dr. David L. Craig. I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you all for the opportunity of sharing some facts with you and some opinion as well. Let me say the proposed budget as put forth by the acting city manager is not justified and is unwarranted, and is an unwarranted construction for misguided revenue creation. In going back and looking at the historical record, I conclude that neither property taxes nor utility rates ought to be raised for the following reasons. Overall, the general fund has been running a yearly surplus. The information contained in the first table contains revenues and expenditures from the monthly reports contained in the council's mid-April agenda for years 2019, 2019, 2020, 2022, 2023, and 2024. In 5 of the 6 fiscal years, the general fund had more revenues than expenditures, 3/4 of the way through each of the budgeted years. So over those years, that gave a surplus of $12,627,946. As of the end of February of this year, the city had an overall surplus of $5,610,713 for fiscal year 2023/2024. The only fund to have any type of deficit was the stormwater fund, which had a deficit of $95,820. As of March 31st, 2021, the city of Goldsboro had a $25 million, I'm not getting into the particular numbers, but $25 million in cash and investments. As of March 31st, 22, that had increased to $41 million in cash and investments. The following year, on March 31st of 2023, that amount had risen to $56 million. As of March 31st of this year, the city had $68 million in cash and investments. Remember, the LGC sent the city of Goldsboro a letter saying the fund balance was good. If anything, the city of Goldsboro needs to stay with what it currently has. There should be no changes in the property taxes or utility rates. Furthermore, the interim city manager, finance director, or maybe perhaps some council members should stop attempting to pad the budget. As all council members can attest, in 2023, I established that the city of Goldsboro could not provide supporting evidence that certain purchase orders were ever made, although monies were supposedly budgeted for those things. My overall opinion is that the proposed budget is padded in extreme. The interim city manager makes the claim that it is the disparity in the effective and actual tax rates that has made it difficult for the city to provide and maintain services related to the general fund. But just what services is it that the city is trying to provide? That there are none that have been specifically identified. If he is speaking of the issue of recruitment and retention of police officers, this is a national trend and not specific to Goldsboro alone, despite what some people would have us believe. Whereas the interim city manager on page 36 truthfully points out the distinction between assessed values and fair market value, his budget wrongly proposes the raises of property taxes by 15 cents for every $100 in an effort to increase tax revenue. The problem is, as Council Member Beverly Weeks pointed out, the problem is that property taxes are raised to this degree prior to the assessment, then there is likelihood that the city residents will be wrongfully taxed, especially after Wayne County's property tax assessments are completed. After all, the county's new property assessments will become the basis on which the actual property tax revenues are based. And most of us right now assume the property values will increase some. The city should not increase its property tax until the county's property assessment is completed and the city is able to see how its revenues do or do not increase. Right now, the city has enough in its existing fund balances and overall and ongoing surpluses to do what it needs to do. Do you have any questions for me?
And for the record, this is generally a public hearing. We would hear your comments. If you have any questions for us, there's not. If you have any questions for us, obviously we would respond to those in a public manner as well. But as far as a back and forth, there likely would not be one. Of course, any council members that choose to engage or choose to discuss things could.
Well, Again, my overall opinion is that the budget is padded, and there's been a pattern of this. But you have the facts. If you want more facts, then you know how to contact me. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else to come forward and speak? This is a public hearing. Good evening, sir. Welcome.
My name is Lance Yamakawa, and I've been living in Goldsboro for about 30 years now. For the past 30 years, Wachovia and I have owned a house in Mimosa Park, and so that's
Could
where
you
I'm coming.
please speak in the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Lance Yamakawa, and I've been a resident of Goldsboro for 30 years in Mimosa Park. I'm one of Mr. White's constituents, and for the past 30 years, Wachovia and I have owned a house there out in Mimosa Park. And I'm just here simply this evening. I'm not sophisticated in the facts and figures, and I'm not privy to all the information that you are as far as the budget is concerned. But I just wanted to register my shock and dismay at the 15-cent real estate tax. In past years, in the 30 years I've lived here, we would see a 2.5-cent raise per year. And that's understandable, but 15 cents, which is a 20% increase in 1 year, is almost is shocking to me. I was shocked when I read the Argus, and I said, wow, I'm really surprised. And I usually don't come here. The last time I was here was about 3 years ago when I registered in the Citizens Academy. They teach me enough to be dangerous, but not enough to be helpful. But I really appreciated that academy because it taught me some of the inner workings of the city administration. Like I know each member of the council has to live, and the mayor, Mr. Mayor, has to be a resident of Goldsboro. So I know it affects you too, since you have to pay the 15 cent per 100 increase, just like I do. But I was shocked. I think it's unprecedented, shocking, atrocious, unconscionable. Use any adjectives that you want, but I'm Mr. White. Has any other member, any other of your constituency said anything about that 15-cent raise, like I'm addressing?
Yes, sir.
They have come forward to you?
Yes, sir.
Like
a number of
5, 10, 15?
It's been over 15.
I usually, and this is the first time I've addressed the council and you, Mr. Mayor, but this was so shocking to me and so unprecedented that I said, wow, I have to go down there and open my mouth and say something about it. I don't know, that's a 20% in 1 year increase, followed by a 5-cent increase, a 9.7% increase the previous year. So 20 cents in a year and in 2 years, wow, that's shocking to me. I don't know how many others here are here to address the same issue. I imagine they are, but and like I said, I'm unsophisticated. I don't know the numbers, or I don't mainly know the sources of revenue that the city has, so it's hard to speak about one of the expenditures. I know the cause, as cited in the News Argus, being the funding of the police and the fire department. I mean, who can argue about that? The police and the firemen of Goldsboro richly deserve the pay raise that you folks are giving them. I think they deserve even more. But and I'm not being nasty or accusatory, but for you folks to spend all the money and then say the last thing, oh, but we still have to pay the fire department and the police. Oh, the only people to get it from is the homeowners. I mean, that's kind of, the position you put us in. So for me to come here and speak against that would seemingly be construed as me saying, hey, I'm against the police and the fire department. Who can be against the police and the firemen? It's like being against God and country. But that's mainly what I came here to say. I've spoken to a few other people back there in the audience, and I know some others have come more well prepared than I have. They have brought statistics and they have done some research. I've been trying to do some research myself, but it's not easy. Instead of just yapping and being negative, which I don't intend to be, in a positive vein in closing, I'd like to offer my help to any of the committees that you folks might have that would want to work this problem, because I've lived here for 30 years as a resident. I just retired 3 months ago, so I have a few hours of free time a week, and I'd be glad to help the city of Goldsboro to find other sources. It's easy to point fingers and say, oh yeah, look, they spent all that money down there on downtown prettying the place up, and that place really has taken a positive upswing in the last 5 years. But for me to say, yeah, they spent all the money prettying that place up, and now, you know, we have no money for the fire department and the police. I mean, that's seemingly the position they put the homeowners, including you. You're all homeowners in Goldsboro. The other thing I have to say is that every morning and afternoon, now that I have some free time and I can ride around the city, in the morning and in the afternoon, I see thousands of vehicles coming in from Cherry Hospital direction, the country there, from Snow Hill on 13, from 70 east from Kingston, from 13 and 111, from Dudley, and from all the outlying areas, and the cars are pouring in by the thousands. Surely, and I'd like to volunteer to help in a committee that is addressing this, surely we can think of some way of tapping, you know, that resource. I know with sales tax, a sales tax would be equitable, but I understand, I don't fully understand, but I understand that we cannot put that on a referendum, like how we can vote to increase property taxes, because I think that's controlled now, if I'm not mistaken, by the state as far as sales tax. Sales tax would be equitable because everybody pays, rich, poor, young, old, whatever. But tell me if any of you know, why is it that we cannot put a sales tax? No, why is it that the council can't just raise the sales tax? It has to be on a referendum and the citizens vote. Obviously, when they vote, everybody's going to vote down the sales tax, right? I mean, it's a no-brainer. Who can tell me why we cannot, why do we have to have a sales tax increase in Goldsboro in the city on a referendum? Can anyone tell me why?
I can actually answer that one, and then Matt.
Can someone research?
I can answer your question about where that stems from. That's North Carolina general statute. Yeah. That's the law of the state. That's not the ordinance of the city or the law of the city. That is the law of the state. That there is a cap of what sales tax can go up to. We're actually a little bit below that sales tax in Wayne County. I actually rather agree with you, because when you do as much as we do to try and generate tourism, the way that you capitalize on that is through commerce, exactly as you're describing. And I believe that's a piece that was on the ballot 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but when you put it on the ballot, who's going to vote for the sales tax increase? Yeah. You know, I'm a homeowner, and that's the only reason why I voted for it, because I said if it's not the sales tax, it's going to be my property tax. Right. But not everyone's in that same predicament, and not everyone's going to look at it that way. They're going to say sales tax, no way, you know. And so we have to think of a way of tapping that resource. And other resources. The parking meter thing that someone just addressed, that's a good idea. I know it's a sticky wicket and it gets to be confusing and a hassle, but when I went to Fayetteville, I didn't realize that you had to pay parking through a card, and I got a parking ticket. I had to pay $25, and I'm saying, hey, why doesn't Goldsboro do that to raise money too, you know? But I don't know. Anyway, I thank you for your time, and my offer stands. If any committee need help, volunteer help in trying to find resources other than just taxing the poor homeowners, which includes all 8 of you, I'd like to offer my help. I'll shut up. Thank you for your time. I know there's some other people who are chomping at the bit to address the same issue as I have, so thank you.
And if you would, as you're returning to your seat, if you'd please leave a name and address
sure.
where we can contact you with the clerk, I'd appreciate it.
I mistakenly signed up on your list there to address the
clerk. Oh, okay.
So my name and address
is on the public.
Yes,
perfect.
Okay. Thanks again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council.
Welcome. If you would, just formalities. Yep, there you go.
Yes. My name is Phyllis Merritt James. Just here, again, I was able to be at the work session, and I do appreciate the thoughtfulness that y'all looked into decreasing it, the tax, and it still needs to be decreased further. I agree with Councilman White. I'm a military wife, and the Friends of Seymour, wherever we can cut money and fluff, that's okay. I think they will understand, and that offer of him being to be a representative on our behalf and a voice will be wonderful. And the ability for us to look for better ways, even, we're not saying have our workers pay for their polo shirts, but you can buy stuff in bulk. You can bargain stuff. Everybody look for different things to be able to cut Hulu, other things that are fluff. The one thing that's also important is, Johnson County, I know you showed the comparison, how we're sitting with a lot of people around here, but they have higher paying jobs, and what can we do to attract those medical industries to come here so that then our tax rate can be lower because you have more people infusing better, have a higher cost of living. We're poverty, and taking somebody's taxes up, it may not affect us, but you have people with fixed income. $130 or $300 a year may not seem nothing to you, but it seems a lot to them. I know 15 to 12, I would love to take it down to nothing, but 10%, a tithe, will be better than 15%. I know you were talking about the cameras. That's part of safety too. We've got a lot of crime that's happening in a lot of different areas, and we can look at grants that can give the Ring cameras and stuff like that so that people are able to identify what's happening in those neighborhoods. So I don't think it's a waste, but you need to see about getting a cheaper option, but they need to feel safe. A lot of people don't feel safe, and stuff is going on in their neighborhoods and the youth, and that will help the police officers, because it's public safety first and not just deterrence. The other thing that's very important, we need to see about the Herman Park. I was very excited to see that we're getting a grant for demolishing it by Senator Don Davis, and also
Wiley Nickel, Congressman Nickel gave us that funding.
But we still need to put it on hold as far as reconstructing, because that money needs to go to our employees. Needs to make sure, I know we're going from 10% to 4% with health insurance, but a lot of these health insurance companies, they may be a little bit tricky. So just be careful and make sure we're not underestimating, and then we're going to have to come back and it's going to be 7% instead of 4%. But just make sure that we're doing what's needed for our employees, make sure we're doing what's important for our police and our firefighters, but everybody is working every day. They're paying gas, their property rates are going up too. You're going to give them $400 and snatch out in the other hand. So you need to look and be real concerned and be focused, because health costs money, prescriptions cost, and every citizen needs to make sure that we're being fiscally responsible so we don't end up in the same quantity the next time. So whatever we can do, cut instead of adding. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll continue with our public hearing for the next fiscal year budget. Is there anyone else to come forward and speak?
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening,
Mayor
sir.
Pro Temp, City Council, men and women, audience, listening audience. My name is Charles Wright. I come before you to talk about the tax. I always like to bring some illustrations, and one of the things I got out of what was being said in the and how it's being reported and what was being said in your accounts. You had a lot of concern for the dangerous and violence that's going on, and that was your top priority. And sometimes we just see our city in a vacuum and just, and what I did was I purposely put North Carolina's most dangerous cities property on one of these sheets, and it's in order. I looked at about 4 different source sites, one being the FBI, one from the state, and I put together as best. Now you see where Goldsboro is highlighted. They can move up 2 or move down 1 depending on what particular site you've been in. But what I want to show you is that there's quite a few cities that's worse than we are. And our poverty rate, we're not the highest, but we up there as far as the poverty rate. And then you looking at property tax per 100, and you see 88. And that stands alone. And not only does it stand alone on this sheet that I made, but it stands alone in 764 towns and cities in the state of North Carolina. Now, did Charles Wright look at every single city and town as a part of research? By no means. I did try to take a sample of each of these different counties to see, and not one of them came up to 80 cents, much less 88 or 86. Then the next thing I looked at is for that 88 cents that we have, or even now, hopefully if it stays, it goes down to 80, goes down to 84 or 80, anything below 88. How much budget is that tax giving us? And then when you look at for our 88 cents, we have a budget of $86.5 million. Well, look at Lumberton up top. Now, I didn't have time to call Lumberton, but Lumberton is our most dangerous city. It has a higher poverty rate of 32%, but its property tax is only 0.65. They have an annual budget of $91 million, and they only have a population of 18. And then when you look on the other side of my sheet, these are not cities or towns, by no means dangerous or anything. So only the dangerous cities and towns is on the front sheet. On the back sheet, I try to give an illustration of towns that's in our area as far, and some of them are a lot more wealthier than ours, some of them are not. But there again, I want to give you an idea of some of the cities and towns and what their property tax is per 100. And a lot of times I look at some of these cities, and I've been to some of these cities. I've been here in Goldsboro for 32 years. And I don't see a whole lot more that they have going for us other than new homes and what the structure and what has the roads and the highways have been to some of these cities as Raleigh expand, as Durham expand, as the RTP area expand, as they get more and more high-tech pharmaceutical companies in that area. Because of our new parkways and highways, you're seeing communities like Fuquay, Farina, Clayton, and a lot of these communities are building. And I come back and look at Wayne County, and we're getting a little bit of those homeowners that's going up 765 now, going to Raleigh, and going to even as far as Durham. But they buy their homes outside of Goldsboro. They're buying them in Wayne County. And you can't pick up a paper any day and see some new subdivision, and some of those houses look very tempting, believe me. But it's not a new subdivision that's going up in Wayne County. But that doesn't help Goldsboro's tax base at all. So I just wanted to bring these things along. I did not have a chance, Mayor Pro, City Manager, Mr. Livingston, to all to read all your 455 pages. Had I had, I would have needed more time to respond to that whole budget. But I just wanted to bring some things forward. So city council members, no matter how bad our, I don't necessarily think the whole answer just has to be in hiring more police. We could do more things to fight crime. I heard some things about the camera. Because a lot of these, like looking at these, a lot of these cities and towns have adequate police force. They pay adequate wage, and they still have crime in their areas. And it's not something just unique to us. So that's why I wanted to give a council a little bit of information. And I'm sure someone may want to take the time to check it, and that's fine with me. I also want to bring up something that's probably not popular about some of the things I've seen that was done in the past, which we have nothing can control now, that has, I think, has been big money losers as far as Goldsboro is concerned. And unfortunately, it has a lot to do with Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. But before anyone gets on Mr. Wright and say I'm anti-military, I just want to let you know, I did spend 21 years in the United States Air Force. I did come here to Goldsboro in 1990 as an active duty. So I've seen both sides, both the base and the military child and the military family and here in Goldsboro. But I can tell you very distinctly, I remember when the DOD allowed base commanders to sign what's called community contracts. And that was about 10 years ago. And all the base commanders, whether Navy, Air Force, Navy, Marines, all the commanders all around U.S. was able to go out and from the base and sign a contract. Well, we did sign quite a few contracts with Seymour Johnson during those 5 years. One was was supposed to be a sports complex. We leased lots and lots of land that we're still paying for. And we're supposed to make Goldsboro lots of money because we were going to get these soccer tournaments coming in at 16 games and 32 teams or 16 teams. And we were going to make a lot of money. That never happened. In fact, we're still paying on that a very high amount of money. Is it the base fault? No. But the phase 2 of that a lot of you know, maybe never even heard of, was supposed to be a 120 square foot building, which was supposed to have 3 pools. And a part of that agreement was with Cavillas, those are the housing people out at base, Seymour Johnson, and Goldsboro. And I can tell you, only one of those parties pulled out for that part of the deal, and that was the base. Cavilla and Seymour Johnson was in favor of that building, and for some reason the base wasn't. So the project went on with just the soccer field as far as phase 1, and that's it. And I think, you know, my granddaughter plays soccer games there, and I don't realize when those kids are playing on that field is probably worth about $30,000 or $40,000 because it has to be specially cut. It has to be specially times of the year, has to have fertilizer, it has to have the exact same type of lights, and we has to keep what's called 3 different elements of soccer certified park. So to keep that certification, because that's what's necessary to be able to have the key sporting events there. And I will tell you at that time, our mayor and our chief of recreation, they went out to a facility right up in Rock Hill, South Carolina, right outside of
Cherry Park.
Excuse me?
Cherry Park.
Cherry Park now? Okay. They went there to look at what was called sports tourism, and that's the business. And it was very nice facility there. In fact, ESPN be out there. And the only other place they looked at was Cary, their park. And we definitely can't compete with anything Cary has. But that's what they looked at, and that's how we came about that. And I just want to say that wasn't the last deal that we made. The second one was a golf club out there at the base. They was losing money. So they came to the city and say, hey, can you help us out, Goldsboro? And at that time, we was losing $200,000 from our golf course, $200,000. But yet, because Seymour Johnson was losing money at their golf course, we invited them, said, sure, you can come, send all your retirees and players, and we will welcome them here in Goldsboro. We would even make sure that their fees are not, it's the same as the fees that they was paying on the base. So I thought we was being very overly generous to our retired. Even though I don't play golf, I would love that deal if I did. Nevertheless, that was one. The next one was our garbage. Seymour Johnson came to us and said, hey, our garbage rates, can we get a better deal with you, the city, in the city of Goldsboro? I said, sure, we give you a better deal. And we did, but it required us to buy 3 to 4 brand new trucks, garbage trucks, brand new, and it was about all the garbage and refuse. Each house had two of them. So we put up all of that. We was told we should make the money back in 6 to 8 years. I'm not sure if it's been 6 years, but I doubt that we will see anything from that. And the other thing is we discontinued. Well, we sold the property. That was the next thing we did. We had property tax, and we used to own that place where the county now owns the agriculture center. That was Goldsboro's property. That's what our occupancy tax that we and when the councilmen voted for that, they said, hey, people, we got to impose an occupancy tax, and that's going to get us a nice convention and hall and all these things. And all that's come to pass because of past deals, and we've lost that for money. And now we don't have the Maxwell Center, which was Goldsboro's, that belongs to the county, and the Agricultural Center belongs to the county. So, and that was, and the last thing we've done in the last 10 years is we don't charge. When I got here, some cities like Wilson, some of these others, they have a lot of programs, whether it's sports, entertainment, renting facilities, and most of them charge like 50% more. So if you're a Goldsboro resident, you pay $10. If you're from the county, you pay $20. Well, about 8 years ago, maybe a little longer, we just stopped doing that. So we told the county, hey, you can come in and use everything we want, and you pay the same as us. So I'm saying, we have become, I think the city of Goldsboro, to a certain respect, a more of accommodation city. We accommodate everybody. And we just can't keep doing that. And our same people, I know as my neighbors, was trying to pull me to go out to a new subdivision right here in Wayne County. Said, Charles, why don't you come with us? It's an open house right across. I said, no, I want to stick in Goldsboro for a while, But we losing our own citizens because they seen that themselves, like me, paying for entertainment and things of everyone, except maybe Seymour. Seymour has a lot on that base, but I'm not here to knock them. But they have, my kids never had to go off the base. They had 3 swimming pools, which they still do. They have splash pads, swimming pools, play centers, their own court and youth center. So they the base is there with cheaper food from the commissary, the BX is there. So it's a whole lot that the military child and a civilian has. It's almost a little different facilities. So I know when we try to make these deals and say how important it is, believe me, none of the folks at Seymour Johnson is hurting by they not getting something from Goldsboro. I'm almost sometimes feel as though we the poor entity trying to give money and services to the richer entity, if that makes any sense. But I just want to bring these things forward, and if anything you can do to try to make things so that Goldsboro can get some of the money. That center, that new downtown we have, I went down there several times, And that was from G.K. Butterfield, by the way. And a lot of people didn't know that downtown. A couple of our last two mayors said, oh, they did a wonderful job. And I said, well, nope, that was what's called a Tiger Grant. And believe me, with the money they got for those 3 Tiger Grants, our city would never be able to put that up. But and I just like to see the city make some money that can help lower these property taxes. But that 88 cents, like I said, that is the highest property tax rate in the state of North Carolina, 88 cents. In fact, I wasn't even able to find a property tax in this state at 80 cents. No 8s, nothing with 8 in it at all. I think the highest might have been Kinston at 77. I think I seen Kinston with a 77. But Kinston have a $120 million budget. So how does these towns get to pay less tax but have a much bigger budget? So it's not only the tax, but our 88 cents is not getting as much as some other cities, 70 cents or 65 cents. So I'm saying, what is happening with our tax money where we can't get any more in our budget than what these other cities and towns are doing? So I won't ask if anyone has any questions, but I thank you all for your attention. I can tell from some of the body movement I got a little bit more attention than I usually get, so I thank you. I double thank you for that. After doing this for so many years, I can tell who's listening to me and the body language and everything else. But I'm not here to talk about that, but I appreciate you giving me time to talk about this budget, because it's definitely going to hit the right family. But I have to pay my fair share as everybody else. I guess I'm here because I just don't particularly think we had to go down that route, because I've seen a lot of money over the last 15 years, and I can't blame you folks because you wasn't up here 15 years ago, but a lot that was wasted that could have been spent. Now, I just hope you don't go down that same path. Have a good evening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue our public hearing. As stated before, this is item C on our agenda, public hearing for the FY 2024-2025 annual operating budget. Is there anyone else to come forward and speak? Please.
Mayor Pro Tem, all the city council. I'm sorry I don't have anything written down because I've been rushing. But I've been hearing that y'all are trying to raise property taxes and our water bill, add some more to our water bill. I am a single person, and I'm thinking the government and the state is taxing me enough. Now I got to worry about my water bill going up. I got to worry about my property taxes going up. I'm single, and I'm on a budget, and I can't sit here and keep paying property taxes and then water bill. The water bill just went up during COVID, didn't it? What are y'all doing with that money? Nobody never gave me a clear understanding of what that money was going for. Somebody said, well, they keeping it in an account in case of another flood. It ain't flooded in how many years, if that was true? So why you can't? I believe the police and the fire department need another rate. That's true. I agree with that. But you all need to try to come up with another way of raising some money instead of raising our taxes and our water bill. I know a lot of elderly people, they had a problem when it went up last time. Things haven't gotten better for them. Their checks haven't changed. Food is going up. Gas is going up. Everything is going up. Now you're talking about the water bill and the property tax. Y'all trying to raise that? You all can't come up with something else that's not going to affect the citizens of North Carolina and Goldsboro. A lot of these people cannot handle what they're doing now. Medication, everything is going up. You all need to take that in consideration and see, can you find something else to pull that money from so you can do what you need to do? Because myself, I pay enough. Federal, state, I pay enough. Now you talking about I got to start paying more taxes in the city of Goldsboro and my water bill going up. And I know, like I said, I know a lot of elderly people. They couldn't handle it when it went up the first time. Now you getting ready to put that on them again. To you all, it don't seem like a lot, But when you start adding that stuff up every month and year, that's money they could have used somewhere else. So before you all decide y'all gonna raise our property taxes and the water bill, you all can't come up with something else. Put y'all heads together, come up with something else, somewhere else to pull that money from. I'm not familiar with how this stuff works, but they're not grants and other things like that you could use. Cause like I said, I'm concerned because of me, and I know I'm on a budget. And there's a whole lot of people in making less money than I am, and they're barely making. And this is not going to help their situation at all. So before y'all sit up there just think you can throw something, you all need to try to come up with another way of handling stuff to come up with the money you need without raising taxes and raising our water bill, because we are struggling enough.
Ma'am, if you would, as a formality, would you please state your name for the record as everyone else has?
I'm sorry, I thought
You're
I
perfectly
said
fine. You're perfectly
Inga
fine.
Lofton.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much
I thought
for.
I said it before, but if I didn't, that's who I am.
Yes, ma'am.
But please consider some other way of getting the funds that you all need instead of raising our taxes and that water bill, because we are struggling enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, we'll continue on with our public hearing for FY 2024-2025 annual operating budget. Is there anyone else to come forward this evening?
Good evening. My name is Nicole Lawson.
Good evening.
Evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor, councilman, and women. I'm just coming as a concerned citizen, and I've spoken to a lot of people about the property taxes and the water bills and things that are going up, and people are discouraged and concerned. And I understand you guys have a hard task at hand. I get that. And I was in meetings where we were talking about the police officers' pay increase and the firemen. My father was a fireman for years, and I understand the importance of that. And safety is a concern, and one that we should, most definitely address. But what I would like to say is just to remind you guys of when you ran for office, what you ran for and who you ran for. It's easy for us to sit in our spaces and to say what we can afford and what we can do. But there's people behind you guys that, like she was my sister, like she was talking about, that you might not be aware of. You don't come in contact with these people every day, but they put you in office, and they put you in office for a reason, and for them to have a better life and to see Goldsboro move forward. So as you go and you make your decisions and you do the things that you need to do for the city, please keep everybody in mind, because everybody's on different levels. They got different walks of life. No one life looks the same, and I just encourage you to think about the entire city when you make these decisions. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else to come forward and speak during the public hearing on the FY 24-25 annual operating budget? I'll do a final call. Is there anyone else to come forward and speak for the public hearing on the FY 2024-2025 annual operating budget? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Council, there's opportunity now, if there is any further conversation that we would like to have. Of course, there's been a tremendous amount of feedback. We can have more conversation now. We can come back to this at a later time if we choose to amend the agenda and move forward with our public comment period and the consent agenda items to give everyone time to digest. Or we can continue this meeting to another evening. Of course, that would involve checking everyone's calendars and finding time to do another evening that still permits Ms. Gwynn an opportunity to be able to pull documentation together before our next meeting. So with that, I'm just going to put it to council. Are there any other comments at this time? Or is there a motion to amend the agenda to Well, actually, there's really no reason to amend the agenda. We can just bring it back up under items requiring individual action just for discussion in general, right?
We've already closed the public hearing.
Right.
That's been, so you've accomplished that requirement.
Right.
So at some point, you're looking to pass the budget. As the finance director is, I guess, prepared for y'all to address that on the 17th.
Right.
So whether or not you're going to pass the budget. In the meantime, the question is if there's specific issues that you'd like the manager to address in the budget, he can try to address between now and then.
Right.
That would be a good time to kind of propose that.
And my question to you, Ron, or Mr. Lawrence, I apologize, is to allow council time to digest what would be the appropriate thing to do on the agenda if we wanted. I'm not saying that everyone does. I just want to put an option in front of them of adding an item under items requiring individual action, to where there is a heading for us to have this discussion to allow us to continue on with our meeting and then come back to it.
I don't think you need to do that. I think you can just come back to it.
Perfect.
Just do a public comment period now and then come back to it later.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
All right. Council, are there any other comments, questions right now? And of course, we'll return to this for more conversation shortly. Tim.
So is having an additional work session not an option? And I kind of wanted to ask that now before we got to a point in everybody's mind where we were going to talk about it now.
Mm-hmm.
Is that an option for us to do that?
It is an option. Legally, of course, it is an option.
It's an option.
Right.
I guess
Logistically,
the pleasure of the board.
It's either going to be continue or recess the meeting until tomorrow evening or next Monday. And I have not spoken with every council member, but I've spoken with enough folks to know that there is not another open date with every member of council that I'm aware of, which is difficult.
Mayor, you may want to consider, I think what you're asking is, you can always call a special meeting with 48 hours.
Yeah, let's do that.
Well,
Unless you wanted to recess this meeting to a specific time.
My point is that there is not, having already spoken with a few, not all, council members, I've already seen that there is not another date that exists other than tonight where that everyone can be present.
I was just offering logistics.
Sure. The logistics of it, if we were to do tomorrow night, for example, I would likely just recess the meeting to tomorrow night. Whereas if we were to do next Monday, we would, of course, adjourn tonight, do a notice, and follow proper protocols for a later date. That's all I'm saying.
So you're saying the majority, you must have already spoke to some council members, is what you're saying?
I spoke to a couple and realized, crud, there's really not a good overlap, and then knew we were going to come back tonight, so I didn't continue digging into it. That's really all. Yes, President.
I like what the Madam Clerk did with the doodle because I can surely make the necessary changes in my schedule to get this done, even if that requires some weekend effort and work. And I would assume that this board, members of this board, would be willing to do the same thing. So I think it's worth the effort, Madam Clerk, if you don't mind, with the agreeance of the board to do a doodle and have something go out for us tomorrow to see, because, you know, my schedule, I wasn't one of those ones that talked to you, Mayor. But
Respectfully, that was not due to intent to omit. That was just very quickly realizing, well, this isn't going to work, and moving on to other things.
I wasn't one of the ones that he spoke to either, so I would like for you to, come up with the, with the date in the mid.
My recommendation would be, we definitely need another work session. I am not satisfied with the budget as it's presented. I'm not.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, Mr. Boyette.
Is it okay to keep the doodle at this week? I'm available any evening this week, but I'm out of state next week. So if we could reach an agreement on a night, I'll change, cancel any plans I have or whatever to accommodate everyone's schedule any night this week.
Is council just asking, and I know we had a presentation on this exact time slot already once today. Is council available tomorrow night?
We've got a Union Station.
I know. Well, let's we'll come back to this under items requiring individual action. Let's move forward with our agenda. We have concluded our public section on public hearings. We'll move to our public comment period. Ms. Getz, if you would please collect the clipboard, and we will move forward.
Our first speaker is Amber Long.
Good evening.
Hey. Amber Long, you know me, I own the loft next door. I have begged for help from you guys for about 2 years now. I have spoke with several of you about this problem, and I'm confident no other businesses downtown have an issue like I have. I've begged and pleaded with you guys to help me out. Today was the first day of real tickets. My girls pulled up at 8:15. This was turned back into a public parking lot. Not one space was available for anybody to park in at 8:15 this morning. I would like to say thank you to Councilman Boyette. He's been about one of the only ones that has tried to help me out. My husband has taken pictures last week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, today. This lot's completely full. The back lot's completely full. B&G, if you've lived in Goldsboro for 10 seconds, you know that is not an option for us to park. We have one parking space behind our building that a girl of mine that works next door tried to park in this morning, and an old couple cussed her out because she tried to use our parking space. And I've heard of, we're trying to come up with things. My business cannot afford that. I can't afford one more day of this situation. Like, I don't know what we need to do, but this is dire for 19 women. Some of them are single parents. Some of them are breadwinners alone. There's nowhere for us to park. There's nowhere for us to park. Friday afternoon, my cleaning lady was next door. We were burglarized, and about $500 of our equipment was stolen Friday afternoon, and she was back there. And he didn't care. He just stole it. Called Goldsboro Police Department. It took them 25 minutes to respond. I mean, I've literally begged and pleaded, and I've done all I can do. And I've got 19 girls coming to me. What do we do? What do we tell our clients? They're saying they're not going to come back. I've got a girl today saying, well, I might have to find me a job at another salon somewhere else. I mean, I'm begging you to help me do something with the situation. I literally don't know what else to do. And I mean, I need it done like soon. I can't afford another week of this at all. I can't. And I'm begging you. So.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
Thank you. Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
May I ask a question? Did you have this problem at all before the 2-hour parking was enforced?
I have been downtown for 8 years. We have never one time with city employees, with the dance studio, never had a parking issue. Not once. Even when y'all are having meetings, not once. I mean, I'm just trying to thrive in my business that I've spent so much money in. That's all I'm doing. I'm just trying to run a business. I'm not trying to ask for special treatment, but it almost feels like I'm being targeted at this point. I'm going to be honest with you. So.
Are there any other questions or follow-up questions? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charles Wright.
I couldn't pass up this rare opportunity for the Mayor Pro Temp.
And then we'll reset your time. That way there's not the distraction, if you're okay with that.
Mr. Wright. Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to say it's rare I have the opportunity to address the mayor and mayor pro temp and the city council twice in one night, so I had to take advantage of this. What I want to bring to your attention, and this is very early on, but this flyer, a lot of people out in District 6 received concerning a handy mark at New Hope Road. And from my understanding, the council and the planning went through this back in March and said, you didn't have enough votes. I read your votes. You voted 4 times, and some votes wasn't second, have you. And out in the subdivision where I live at, out in Old Farm, we was under the impression our annual meeting that this was a done deal. But evidently it's not. The way the ordinance read, they can have a permit, and if the permit is turned down, then they can come back again in 6 months. And if it's turned down, they can keep coming back every 6 months, I guess, indefinitely. So I just wanted to know, first of all, are a lot of people out in the district is going to this meeting, and not just in my subdivision, but others, because the way this is worded. And it's worded in a way where it says, discuss us for the upcoming handy mark location. It's very tricky type of, it's almost like it's coming there. So why don't you come and let us know what we're going to be selling and things like that, when that's not really the case. Now, I know the city doesn't have anything like that, but I like to think the city can discourage certain literature like this. And also, I just want to know, and I probably have to do some research on my own, is it a way that they can stop this every 6 months coming back? I mean, can enough people that live in that area come and ask for that to be rezoned? And I also like to see if someone, if I go to this meeting, which is doubtful, if it's all right with these particular councilmen, I want to let Handy Mark know that District 1, District 3, or District 4 may welcome a Handy Mark in their particular district. So they could stop trying to come out to that Collier Best and that New Hope Road activity, because it seemed like a lot of folks want to get their chunk of business in that area. But anyway, having said that, thank you. And if you have any questions, you can call me at my number or send me an email or text or whatever. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is, Peter Stewart.
My name is Peter Stewart. You folks know me. I've told you about this road and the stuff that we're dealing with and the psycho speeding, and you put up a sign and the only people who slowed down were the people who were driving the speed limit before we slowed it down, and they were never the problem. And it's gotten worse. And I told you about the school buses, and I told you about the danger of these kids. And we have kids, we have elderly people who have to cross the road to get to their mailbox. It is psycho. And, oh, by the way, there are 2 other people that have been dealing with it too. But yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before? The day before, I went out and I can hear this one particular guy, and he's cranking up, and I can hear him in those new apartments, Tiffany Gardens. And so I walked out to the road with my phone, and now he can't see me because I have a wooden fence that lines my driveway, and I just was gonna film him. And as he steps out and you hear him lay into this car, he's running 70 miles an hour when he passes me. And the lady came out of her driveway and she was headed to her mailbox. This is what I'm trying to tell you folks. Somebody is going to get killed. And you all sent a police officer, and I like the guy, I talked to him. The guy, he came to put up a sign, and I wasn't there, and Mr. Edwards back here, he was, and the guy almost got hit by a car while they were setting up the speed limit thing, not the sign, but the thing that recorded your speeds as you went.
trailer.
Now, it gets better. The guy, after he almost hit her, he goes down, and because he saw me recording him, he turns around and flies back. And she's running and she's screaming, and because she thought he was after her. This is a 70-something-year-old woman. And anyway, last night, the guy's got it in for me. Last night, I go to bed. This is past my bedtime right now. And I am in bed, and he gets out in front of my, wow, you know, and he's doing all this stuff. The pipes on his car ought to be illegal. And I could have played the video for you because you can hear it. It's crazy, but I'm going to hand it to these other two guys, and I'm sorry, but yes, I've got an attitude about it.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is David Craig.
Good evening again. Good evening
sir.
again. My name is Dr. David Craig. I want to briefly touch on this proposed handy mart that's supposedly to go on the corner of Kyler Best and New Hope. Let me be direct. I live in a certain district, but I'll do everything within my power to influence the election and or re-election of anyone that votes for this. We are against it, and you should be against it. In terms of the city's finances, the city, it's time to put people under oath. There needs to be policies put in place that holds people accountable. You have the facts. You see how the fund balances have grown. You see how the surpluses are mounting. And yet, the citizens are being given this narrative that we're in dire straits financially. It's a straight lie. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Warren Edwards.
Good evening. How y'all doing?
Evening, sir.
All right. I'm one of the gentlemen that live on 3rd Fair Road. And it's not just this one gray Dodge Charger. There's several cars and trucks that's come through the neighborhood. And I don't have a problem with 45 and a 35. I have a problem with 70 and a 35. I have a 2-year-old grandchild that lives with me. My elderly mother, 84 years old. And myself, disabled vet. And the thing about it is, this guy, he's not coming down every once in a while, but during the Memorial Day weekend, he was up and down the road every day about 3 or 4 times. And I mean, he's laying into it. And not only that, he has a small child in his vehicle. I didn't follow him directly, but I followed him to the apartments. And I can tell you which apartment he stays in, the complex, the middle section, 2nd floor. I didn't go to the room, I didn't check that out. But what I'm saying is, there's people in our neighborhood that wants to stop him. Y'all talk about y'all have a budget problem? Get on Thoroughfare and Central Heights Road. I guarantee you, if you put a speed trap out there, your budget problem be solved. You could put somebody in Peter's yard, clocking them, and somebody at the railroad track pulling them over, and I guarantee you need about 20 cops out there to write tickets. Because that's how fast they come through there. And it's not just once a certain time. They'll come through late night, early morning. You know, I can understand sometimes people get in a hurry, got emergency, whatever. I can understand that. But when you got the same cars traveling through there, it's ridiculous. I speed sometimes. I'm not gonna say I don't. But in neighborhoods like this here, you have to be careful. I was out there and on my tractor in my yard. I had my yard filled on the tractor, and I'm sitting in the road trying to level out the ditch and everything, and I got cars trying to run me over, and I'm in the road. They're not slowing down. We thank you for putting the speed limit sign there, but we ask you to put someone there to monitor them, give them tickets, and you'll get some of your budget settled. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jaleel Cox. Sorry.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Victor Cox. I live out on Thoroughfare Road. I've probably been out probably 33 years. My son retired from the military over 30 years. I think this guy's in the military, but this guy, he comes through there. He taunts us. If he don't kill me before I'd be 75 years old. This guy come through our neighborhood like he's crazy. Anybody come to my yard, I tell them, y'all don't pull in the yard. Back out. I had a wreck there a few years ago. I did something probably like we had a limousine. I work at a funeral home. We did probably about $70,000 over for damage to the limousine. They totaled it. But this guy, he's comes through there all the time of the night, just loud mufflers. I mean, when we go to the mailbox, we have to peep out. You cut your grass, you had to peep out. But he comes through there, he just taunts us all the time through the Vietnam. I'm 100% disabled. All my disabled bills is for PTSD. And he don't want me to get involved in it, because there won't be no end to it. Like I said, I had to pick up bodies every night. Somebody we had wrecks. Miss Matthews know me. I worked for Herman at one time, and I worked for every kind of funeral, but I pick up bodies at night. And if I could show him some of the bodies where I do pick up, you'll be surprised what I see. After about 50 years, retired from the military, did it too, but it's crazy out the way we live. It hasn't been that bad since they put them apartments out there, and it's just gone crazy. They drugs out there. Me and my wife can sit on the porch, and a car pass by coming out there, and we can get high sitting on the porch. It's all in the house and everything. She used to roll down the window before we go on base, cause the marijuana smells in the base. But those projects out there, something got to happen out there where we live at. And thank y'all very much.
Thank you. Matt, we're gonna fix that. All right. All right, that closes the public comment period. We'll move to the consent agenda. I'll move to begin with item D. Matt, if you would roll us through the consent agenda, items
Thank
D,
you.
E, and F, sir.
Thank you. Item D, we have a grant project ordinance for fire truck capital project fund F3111. So that is in your agenda. We approved the purchase of a fire truck. Requires a capital project ordinance because it's a multi-year project. And here in your packet is that ordinance for that particular apparatus.
Council, any questions on item D? All right, item E.
Item E is the resolution authorizing the city manager to sign the contract for said fire truck to purchase the 2025 Spartan pumper. That's a quick build item, similar to the last truck that we got off of Royal Road.
Council, any questions on our S180 model 2114 pumper? All right, hearing none. Matt, if you take us through item F.
Contiguous annexation petition, you heard that earlier tonight. Oak Forest Holdings, corner of Central Heights and North Oak Forest Road. Petition for annexation. We do have the ability to serve that property.
All right. Council, any comments or questions on item F? All right. So with that, is there a motion to approve the items of the consent agenda as recommended by the interim city manager and staff?
I make a motion that we approve.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's been a motion made and seconded to approve the consent agenda items as presented. Ms. Getz, if you would do a roll call, please.
Mayor Gaylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones?
Yes.
Councilman Boyette?
Yes.
Councilwoman Taylor? Yes. Councilwoman Weeks?
Yes.
Councilwoman White?
Yes.
All right, that consent agenda passes as presented. Items D and F pass as presented. I appreciate everybody. So with that, we'll move into items requiring individual action. There is an item that is a spillover from our work session. There was a question about downtown parking. For brief history, where we were is there was some conversation around the possibility of either doing a partial moratorium or a full moratorium until such time as we can have a little bit of resolution on this block here in front of City Hall. Worth noting, this block is unique in that currently you've got a lot of city vehicles that are going to be moved that are currently taking up public parking spaces, and you've got a mobile refrigeration unit that is our trailer that is providing the HVAC or the chilling specifically for this building. That trailer that's currently taking up 6 spots. That trailer will be gone by the end of July, which is, again, a bit of a unique thing compared to any of the other large public parking areas. So that recaps the conversation from the work session. Is there any further conversation from council?
But it's also worth noting that when those city employees move from this parking lot, they're going to have to go to another parking lot. So they're going to migrate downward to the next parking lot, which will take up the spaces where those merchants are trying to park.
The city vehicles that I'm talking about, to your point, certainly not arguing with you, is the vehicles that are city-owned vehicles, not necessarily city employee vehicles. Councilman Boyette, is there anyone that would like to queue up behind? All right, Councilman Boyette.
There was a little bit of confusion because I didn't put a time stamp on my original motion, and when I had to withdraw that motion and make a new one, there was a little bit of confusion. So with your permission, I would like to make a motion. Can I make a motion?
Yes, you may.
Okay. I would like to make a motion that we extend the moratorium for this block of Center Street until the end of July. And that's my motion.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, a motion has been made and seconded. Council, is there any debate on that motion? Go ahead, please.
I'm going to go back to my previous comments about this could potentially create a larger problem. I am all for the pause, but I would like to have that pause be consistent in all of downtown where we have currently implemented parking. Because my fear is that with the indication that there is going to be free parking in this particular block, that all of those folk are going to park here, and the problem that we're trying to eliminate is going to still be the problem. So I'm asking for the board to consider doing a pause for the entire implementation of that parking plan that we have, to include I will even include the timestamp, but I also want to mention that I do want us to have an intentional conversation about this parking plan, because my stance has always been no to a parking plan. And I think it's worth some more conversation, but I'm asking the board to consider this pause being consistent across the entire downtown area that is currently under the parking plan.
It will create a problem. More people will rush to those parking spaces because they are not under the same auspices as the other parking spaces.
Ms. Jones?
My concern is that we keep doing moratoriums. You know, it just looks like that we don't know what we're doing. We cancel it one week, and then it's back on the next week. That is my concern. We just keep, we keep flipping back and forth. So what are our constituents going to believe? Well, is it on this week, or is it off? Or is it off this week, or is it on? We need to come up with a solution we need to work on it, leave it as it is, and just work on it and come up with a solution as soon as possible. We're getting ready to have a special meeting at some time. And I would ask us, the council, to work on it and have an answer. Yes, I take my election very seriously. And I did hear the young lady. She's not in my district, but I did hear her. So we need to listen to her. We need to work on. Now, yes, I know some people are not using the placard cards, and that's neither here nor there. Some are, and it's working fine. But we need to listen to her. But we also got to be consistent, y'all. We just can't keep going back and forth, off again, on again. I mean, that's where I am.
Good feedback. Mayor Pro Tem, and then is there anyone else who would like to queue up behind? Mayor Pro Tem?
Just to kind of piggyback on my point too, if the board is willing to, if the majority is willing to just pause a block, I'm asking you to consider to pause a couple more blocks so that it remains consistent and so that we do not create another problem. My fear, again, I just want to reiterate this, that personally, if I could park in a spot that's free versus one that I got to pay for and I can stay there as long as I want, I'm going to choose the one that I don't have to pay for and I can stay in as long as I want. So I want you guys to really take that into consideration as we're moving forward. And then I really want us to come back to finding out something that's going to work. But I want us to be consistent, and I want the rules to apply to everybody while we're trying to make this work for everybody.
My stance on it is this. I don't know that anyone is going to park here and then walk when they could just use the off-street parking that's closer to where they want to be and then walk from there. But the concern is valid because folks do crazy things. So it may be. I'm very sympathetic to these businesses. I want them to be successful. I want folks to come and start businesses in Goldsboro, the MSD included in this sentence, and be successful. That's the way that we generate more positive outcomes and more entrepreneurship and more of all of those things. I think that we have some folks in other parts of Center Street that have already kind of started making it work and actually need the assistance because, as we've all already rehashed multiple times, you have folks that use that commercial core parking as long-term vehicle storage, which limits the ability for businesses to thrive in and of itself. So right now, I think that the remaining problem is limited to this block. And my logic for that is really based around the fact that we had planned on having city vehicles moved by now, and it hasn't happened for a variety of reasons. One, because I genuinely thought that we might have another either expanded lot or another lot option by now. And the other is because the chiller, that trailer, is there. So I can be in favor of doing either solution, but I do want to make some adjustments here around City Hall to ensure that both our employees have access to good parking accommodations, as well as the businesses that are in this same block. So that's my 2 cents. Any other comments or feedback from council? So with that, there is a motion and a second that is on the floor that has to be addressed. The motion as currently stated is for this block only. Of course, should this motion pass or fail, there can still be a subsequent motion that either expands it or adjusts it in whatever way. So with that, I'm going to follow parliamentary procedure and address the motion that is currently on the floor, which is the moratorium to the end of July that is for this block only. Is there any further debate on that specific motion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All in favor of the moratorium to the end of July for this block individually, please raise your hands. All right. All opposed? All right. Motion passes. Did you pass? It does because an abstention is a yes. I don't want you to be
The
on that.
majority already won the thing, so you can.
Okay. Now, Pro Tem, right now there has been a vote to do a moratorium on this block through the end of July. Would you like to push forward a motion to extend in general through the end of July, or do you have any other motion that you'd like to put forward?
My only motion would be to scrap it all together, because we got to be very, very careful of the accommodations that we're making, because at not one time has this board talked about in detail accommodating our residents who live here 24/7. And I am all for supporting and trying to make accommodations, but I feel like we are again picking and choosing. So after this, I'm going to speak with you, Mayor, to see when we have some time to put this item back on the agenda so that we can talk about it. The only motion I would make right now is to scrap this, but I know it would fail, so I'm not going to waste your time, my time, this council's time, and the residents' time. But in terms of accommodations, see, now I'm going to hold you accountable for all accommodations. And that's where it gets a little tricky, because you can't be willing to accommodate one entity or one group, one space, when you've got other people that are going to be affected. So it's a really slippery slope that we keep going down. Thank you for the time.
Understood. All right. I believe that closes out that bullet point. Next, staying under items requiring individual action, we still have a budget in front of us. Council, is it the will of council we'd like to go ahead and have conversation now? It's certainly mine, as we're already here. Or is council interested in putting forward a date to come back together? Pro Tem, you've raised your hand. Does anyone else raise?
No
All
time,
right, Ms. Taylor. So Pro Tem, if you'll begin, and then Ms. Taylor, you can queue up right behind.
I'm not prepared to discuss this tonight, but I will be prepared on Thursday. I do have cardio and conversations at 6, but I am going to encourage the district to still go out and do that if this board chooses to have a special call meeting to discuss some of the things we heard tonight, as well as any other further recommendations we have for the budget.
Ms. Taylor?
I was just going to agree about the
Okay.
or if we can all agree on Thursday night. My schedule is available to make it work for the discussion.
Yes, I'm agreeable with Thursday.
I have a meeting at 7. If we could do it 5 to 7 like we did the last time with a work session, we could possibly move it from 5 to 7 like we did the last time.
If we're going to pick a date, let's be able to check our calendars, and we'll converse tomorrow, and then we'll notice another meeting. Full disclosure, I will be out of town beginning very early Thursday morning. Will not be back until Sunday night. My commentary, can be delivered in other ways, but we certainly do want to be part of this conversation, certainly before we actually vote on the matter. So with that, consensus is that we will find another date at another time. So let's move into City Manager's Report, item 10.
I don't have anything, Mr. Mayor.
Understood. All right, we'll move to item 11, as it's the first meeting of our month, right? Yeah. Then we'll begin, as our tradition, we'll begin with District 1, Councilwoman Jones, when you're ready.
Yes. Firstly, I would like to express my gratitude to the city manager and Miss Catherine and the finance officer for their hard work on the budget and for our review, along with the staff involved. I know that this is going to be a very challenging budget for us. The budget increases are impacting individual households. This poses a double burden. as it affects not only the city, but also reduces the resources available for households to purchase essential items. In my district, I have several statuses, and I have some individuals that property taxes are okay. Last time I did not vote for utility increases because I know the impact and how we have to think about everybody, and we've got to live. So the economic well-being of each household is at stake. And it's crucial for the city to take action by allocating funds, but we need to look at every avenue possible to decrease the amount that we have now. And with that said, I would like to say that, Wayne County is a Tier 1 status under the Department of Commerce. We're under economic distress. And with the loss of jobs at Seymour Johnson, 550 jobs, and we're very fortunate to have Councilman White here, military with military experience. We're very fortunate to have him that could be part of Friends of Seymour, but I am advocating for us to still remain with Friends of Seymour. It's very important. They've already started conversations about keeping the F-15 Eagles here, and I hope that he can get in on those conversations as well. There are some talks. Congressman Davis has proposed some provisions under the National Defense Authorization Act, and so I want us to really take a look at that and see what he has proposed so that we cannot lose our jobs. It's 520, and if that continues, it would be 1,000. And this is not just only people that are military, it's our civilian. There's some civilians that work on base as well. And so I want us, to think about that and look at the provisions that he has proposed, that he has already worked with the Friends of Seymour, and then take a look at Fort Liberty and other communities that have a military base. I would hate to see what happened to us in 1946. I wasn't even born then when we did lose Seymour Johnson, and it was 10 years before we were able to get it back. And it does bring $899 million to our community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Where to start? Last week was an extremely busy week for a lot of us, myself included. To talk about for a quick minute, the funds that we were able to receive and the gathering that we had at the Parks and Rec building to help with that project was greatly appreciated by our congressmen and representatives that were there, including the money that's going to be applied or for the grant to help with Union Station. That was a plus. It's just a really good week last week. I know that some of the things that we talk about are difficult, and as it should be sometimes. But there's also, we need to keep sight of the fact that there's a lot of good stuff going on in our community, in our city, in our county. I was in meetings last night to do with our utilities and water and sewer, transportation meetings that I was in last week, and the list goes on. There are different things that were involved, and and one plus, it's for sure that we're going to receive our I-42 signs next year, probably mid-year. It rains that our portion of the 70 bypass will be rebranded as I-42. That's huge. from an economic development standpoint, and being able for our folks that are promoting us in that regard to be able to say that not only do we have I-795 designation here, we've got I-42 designation here. There are good things happening in this community, a lot of good things, and a lot more. I tell people all the time that this camera runs a couple hours a month. There's a lot that goes on when the camera's not running that is good stuff that don't always get talked about. But I just want to point those things out and point out some positive things. And I'd also, as always, like to thank our hardworking city employees that keep this city running every day, every one of those employees. And I always take the time, and I mean that you're valued and you're appreciated. And this council and myself cares about you and trying to do all that we can for you, each and every employee. That's all my comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor?
So I would just like to thank the citizens for being patient with us as we work on our budget. And I know it is a lot to ask of you to deal with these tax increases. I know that a big portion of our increases is due to the public safety bill, where we need to get our crime rates down and to ensure that our firefighters can get to us when they need to. I also want to thank the city employees, because I know that some of them are feeling it because they're not getting the raise that the police and fire are getting. But just rest assured that I just want everyone to know that we know this. We want our city to be a safe city again, so that we can bring in revenue, bring businesses, bring people, and most of all, for our citizens to feel safe in their homes and outside and be able to let the kids play and not be afraid.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor. My beloved District 4, we're going to do cardio and conversations this Thursday again at 6. This is an effort to bring us together, to get walking together and building together. And also, I want you to put on your calendars the district's listening tour, which is going to be June 29th. It's going to start at 11 o'clock. I'm going to have some special guests that are going to go with me. We have 6 strategic, predetermined stops throughout the district that you can come to and meet with us, and we are there to just listen to you and your concerns. So put that on your calendar. All are welcome to attend the stops. I am releasing my special guest now that will be joining us on the tour, so be sure to follow the Councilwoman page to see who's going to be joining me and to figure out where those stops are going to be. Thanks, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Weeks?
I just want to remind everybody that if you can, to try to join us down at Union Station tomorrow, beginning at 4 o'clock. This is just an amazing opportunity for our community. And then also, the last thing is I wanted to touch lastly on the budget. You know, when you're given a budget and you're asked to go to your constituents to ask for anywhere between 12 and 15 cents, you have to use wisdom. You have to use wisdom with that budget. And when I said earlier, you know, when I was questioning the bonus and the cost of living, there are often times that my employees, and I have 63 employees, you know, I would love to give a cost of living and a bonus, but sometimes you have to look at the numbers. And you're coming to us and you're asking us to raise the taxes anywhere between 12 and 15%. We have to use wisdom. We have to use divine wisdom. And sometimes I have to tell my employees, I am so sorry. I would love to give every single one of you a cost of living, a Christmas bonus, other bonuses, but the funding is just not there. And if you're telling me that the funding is there, I want everybody to have a bonus. You deserve a bonus. It's not an argument of if the employees deserve the bonus or they don't deserve the bonus, but you're trying to tell me that I have to raise taxes 12 to 15 cents. Then everybody needs to be able to make sacrifices. We have to cut in areas that we don't want to cut. It grieves us to cut in these areas, but if you're asking for 12 to 15 cents, we have to be able to make sacrifices. What do those sacrifices look like? I don't know, but I will tell you this. Councilman Boyette made a statement earlier, playing on the camera. None of us up here are here to play on a camera. We are here to serve our constituents and use wisdom. And with that wisdom, you have to make tough decisions sometimes. So I am going to do something that I haven't said before publicly, but I'm asking you to pray. I'm asking you to pray for wisdom, for divine supernatural wisdom for your council and for provision to take place so that we can fulfill the obligations of this city.
Thank you, Six. Mr. White?
Mr. Mayor, to the cities and to the people of District 6 who came out tonight, I really appreciate it. I wish we had seen more people from different districts. That, you know, it's hard to reverse something once it's already been voted on. I want to give some shout outs to Black Girls Do Bike for the thing they did at North Drive. They did a safety class and they did a bike giveaway to the Omegas, the fraternity. They held a graduation for the second graders out at North Drive, and they also donated bikes for the bike giveaway. And the Deltas did the same thing, so I like to thank them for really taking part in the community. I like to for everyone to keep in mind that, you know, I know we pay the police, and what they need right now is time so they can beef up their staff so we can really begin to see the results. But until we begin to address the real issue with crime, we're going to always have crime, and that's until we deal with the poverty, the low performing schools, and the lack of jobs paying a livable wage, we will always have a crime rate that's higher than desirable. Because the crime is just a byproduct of those things that we don't have. And I like everybody to understand that 15 cents is a lot. We didn't get in this crisis overnight, and we're not going to fix it overnight. And then lastly, this saying has been in my spirit for a while now. We need to remember the least of them when we begin to make judgments and calls on this budget. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Some of my comments are going to be a little bit of echoes of things that you've already heard tonight. You know, we've got some incredibly positive things that are going on. The ladies that do Black Girls Do Bike do some absolutely fantastic stuff and are now actually taking part in some bike and trailway, you know, design projects that I'm hopeful will yield some stuff. It's not just with the city, obviously, it's with the county as well, but being able to hopefully tie into Mountain to Sea Trail and these other fun things that we want to get to being able to fund, that we want to be able to get to being able to do. The project that we heard about during the work session with Union Station. Yeah, I think that's an incredibly important project. We're not going to be able to fund that right now out of city coffers, and so you try to go and you try to find some other sources of funds and some other ways that you can get one-time funding from state or federal appropriations to be able to stabilize those buildings and those projects, so that then you can try and build on that to be able to do some more things. Because what we're doing right now, I said this when we were at the check presentation for Herman Park Center. No one up here got elected because they want to tear down a park center. Not a single one of us. We did get elected because we want to have better parks. We did get elected because we want to build another park center in whatever format that takes and whatever shape that takes. This year we're going to be doing a park study that is funded. It's a one-time expense. It's coming out of the general fund as I understand it. And we're going to take a look at what does the future of parks look like in the city of Goldsboro. It may or may not be these really large labor and maintenance intensive things. It may be a series of smaller parks. It could be a variety of different things. But what I'm kind of alluding to is that there's also not funding on the table right now to currently rebuild Herman Park Center. So we have the funding to be able to take the building down, which I think is, I would rather have a green space than an abandoned building that the city is still trying to maintain. So that I get. But I didn't run for office to tear down a park center. That's not what I'm about. So we've got to figure out what's the next step. And that goes into that relationship building. We have an incredible set of allies at our state and federal level that want to help Goldsboro. And we're reaching out to them consistently. We believe that there's going to be funding next year to help with the train station. I believe that at the same time, once we have audits, they'll be called up later this month. We're hopeful, and then next year this time we're talking about parks grants. We're talking about some other financing options to be able to implement the parks plan, to be able to continue and do more things like what our parks and recreation crews are doing this summer, which is providing some phenomenal options for children to be in a healthy, safe space, doing field trips, learning all summer long. That's not by accident. They're doing that because they know there's a need. We've got to get some buses and transportation and stuff like that worked out, but we're going to do that. It's going to happen because it's got to. Because it's been stated already, and I agree with it, you don't police your way out of a poverty problem. You've got to do something about it. You've got to show we've got to show students and families what it looks like to do better, to be better. You've got to show them some inspiration, show them why it's worth it. I had a conversation earlier today with one of the regional directors of an organization called My Future NC, something that I was active with back when I was at the community college, who their entire mission right now is just trying to get high school students in Wayne County, well, all over the state, but she's specifically in Wayne County, to fill out the FAFSA, figure out what financial aid you have available to you. And one of the conversations we were having is, all right, we're going to connect you with fraternities, sororities, and churches, because there's an entire segment of this city that isn't hearing the message in a way that they can receive the message. So I'll stop at that, but I want everyone to know how much work is trying to be done to try and bring positivity into our neighborhoods and into our families, and not an ounce of me wants to do a tax increase. But I do want to fund police and fire, and I do want to put the city on a path to where that next year you're not having to do some huge amount when it's being rolled into a revaluation season. I don't believe that city staff have fluffed up this budget. I believe that we'll continue to probably trim some more stuff out of it, but I don't want to take out professional development, at least not in a unsustainable way. Because remember, if we don't fund it, then we're just kicking the can down the road. So we've got to spur economic development. We've got to get more revenue generating entities around the city. We've got to work with our nonprofit partners to bring as much support as possible into our neighborhoods and into our families. We've got to continue working with our state and federal delegations to bring in one-time money for things that we wish we could fund right now, but we can't. And we've got to keep working as a group. These are hard subjects. These are things that can become, I'm going to be dangerous, but honest. There's times that they can become emotional up here. I'm urging everyone, I'm asking everyone, I'm begging everyone, stay focused. It's not supposed to be personal. It's not supposed to be emotional, even though we're dealing with people, so inherently it's hard. But I'm asking you to try to stay focused. And I believe that everyone up here genuinely wants to do that and does their best to do that. So I have one more question for council, and this is not part of my comments. It's purely just, it hit me, the logistics on something. Nod or shake your hand. Could we do Wednesday this week? Could we come back Wednesday night?
I can.
I know there's a couple of us that are generally gone in the middle of the week.
Is it okay if we just do the doodle?
Well, here's why. We don't have 48 hours to do notice if it's Wednesday. If Wednesday would work, then I'm just simply going to recess the meeting till Wednesday.
Well, after it just kind of dawned on me. If it doesn't work, then we'll do a doodle poll and figure it. No. No. All right. Then it's not going to happen. Tuesday or Wednesday. Oh wait,
We're good.
are you?
I said whatever, so we can get it done.
If you're comfortable Wednesday, and again, I hate putting everyone on the spot like this.
What time?
Time works for y'all. 5:30.
Watch me, but I can not be there.
Wednesday, 5:30. Going once. Going twice. All right, we'll stand in recess until Wednesday at 5:30.